Chapter 48-42. I've just had my fill. It's time for some exercise. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Under the cloak, a gray robe quietly appeared, and a terrifying aura spread out. He stretched out one hand, and the tyrannical song sword floated out from behind him. The eternal killing world in his 8th dantian surged into the sword. He held the sword and walked forward step by step. Swoosh! He slashed out with his sword, and it was as if he had slashed out a universe. The 3 early-stage high-level demons in front of him were instantly cut in half. Blood gushed out and dyed the street red. One must know that the demonic energy of these demons was terrifying. Ordinary divine energy could not kill them at all. This was because most of them had 200 million demonic energy in their bodies, which was comparable to the 200 million demonic energy of a god. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling's sword did not stop, and he gently slashed out. He looked as if he was casually swinging his sword, and it did not look like he was swinging his sword at all. However, this seemingly ordinary sword strike was actually so terrifying. Especially in the eyes of the demons, these swords had intertwined killing energy, and it was as if a universe had slashed them. Swoosh! After that, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. He slashed out again, and the demons behind him were also killed. Killing early-stage high-level gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. Everyone in the city gasped. Although Lin Ling had killed the old fox and the wolf, they thought that Lin Ling could only kill early-stage high-level gods and fight mid-stage high-level gods. But now, there was more than just one early-stage high-level god here. Crackle! Suddenly, a green swamp appeared on the ground where Lin Ling was standing. The swamp was emitting green smoke, and it seemed to be demonic poison. The most terrifying thing was that the demonic poison came without any warning, and it was impossible to guard against it. However, Lin Ling disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. He shook his head and said, "Is this all you've got?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out the sword in his hand. It shot up into the sky like an arrow, and then shot straight down. After crashing into the ground, it disappeared without a trace. After that, the depths of the ground started to shake violently. It was as if a demon had emerged from the ground. After that, a 100-meter-long toad appeared before everyone's eyes. Unfortunately, the toad had been killed with a single strike of the sword. "Flying Frost Valley, you want to recruit me with this little strength?" Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword flew back. "Old toad, he's a mid-stage high-level god." It was as if the entire city had exploded, and the rumbling continued without end. Slaying a mid-stage high god with a single slash, just what was the limit of this grim demon? "You've watched long enough, don't you have anything to say?" Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at a restaurant in the distance. When he looked over, countless gazes from the entire city locked onto the restaurant. They had roughly guessed that there was definitely an even more powerful great demon hiding in the restaurant in the Flying Frost Valley. Perhaps it was the king of the Flying Frost Valley. At this moment, the demons in the restaurant, who were drinking casually, had stopped moving. The middle-aged man in the brown robe was still holding the wine cup, but his hands were shaking. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the great demon of the Flying Frost Valley, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword shot over. Lin Ling had made his move. "Block it." The middle-aged man in the brown robe threw the wine cup in his hand and spat out a mouthful of demonic aura. The surrounding demons blocked in front of him. However, Lin Ling's sword was extremely sharp. It shot through the window and pierced through the demons. Finally, the sword pierced through the middle-aged man, causing him to point forward with a look of disbelief. Finally, he slowly fell to the ground. The Fishworm King is also dead. The Flying Frost Valley only had 5 kings, and now one of them is dead. Slaying Demon's sword is too powerful. The demons watching from afar were all pale and trembling. Most importantly, killing the king of the Flying Frost Valley in one strike was too terrifying. Interesting trying to escape? However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. The tyrannical song sword flew out from afar and pierced through the ground. Not long after, A painful roar was heard. Next, everyone saw the ground explode, and a snake-like demon rushed out. However, its body was pierced through by a sword, and a large amount of smelly blood spurted out. Of course, this snake-like demon was not actually a snake, but an earthworm. "No, how did you find me?" After being pierced by the tyrannical song sword, the earthworm let out a loud roar. "With your intelligence, it's hard for me to explain it to you." Lin Ling turned to leave, but the tyrannical song sword was cutting back and forth, cutting the huge earthworm into pieces. Then, the tyrannical song sword flew back and hovered around Lin Ling, protecting him. This time, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Is he really a mid-level deity? Why is he so strong? I think he's really a mid-level deity, but his sword is very sharp. It should be a Chaos Divine weapon. It's at least a 5th grade Chaos Divine weapon. After Lin Ling gradually disappeared, the fiendish demon city was abuzz with discussion. On the other side, Lin Ling had already left with Lien Ledian towards another city gate. However, not long after leaving the fiendish demon city, Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the loot in his hands. Previously, he had killed many demons, and at the same time, obtained their celestial Tao restoration tablets. These demons did not have the protection of the Tao state, so he could easily obtain the celestial Tao restoration tablets. The Tao state fragments inside belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling kept the Tao state fragments in his celestial Tao restoration tablet and threw away the demon's celestial Tao restoration tablets. He knew that it would not be long before these celestial Tao restoration tablets disappeared. "Sir, do you have a problem with me?" After keeping the celestial Tao restoration tablets, Lin Ling suddenly looked in a direction and asked. In the mountains, a mysterious man with a huge saber on his back walked out with a smile. "Sir, you are very strong. You have the strength of a mid-level deity, but you even killed a mid-level high god. Among the human gods, there are not many who have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. For you." Lin Ling looked at the man and realized that he had the strength of a mid-level high god. However, this man's saber was extraordinary. "Thousand Blade One." The man smiled and took off his cloak, revealing a bearded face. He looked to be in his 40s, and he gave off the feeling that he was an honest man. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "Underground wanted list, 1000 Blade One." Upon hearing this, the mysterious man's expression changed. "You are not a good person. You are a demon god among demons. You are wanted by the gods, so you hid in the fiendish demon land." Lin Ling said again. The mysterious man's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so familiar with him. He did not know that Lin Ling was familiar with him because he had seen the various wanted lists. "You are looking for me?" Lin Ling said indifferently. Chapter 48-43. You're Lin Ling from the Heavenly Tao Wanted List. Seeing that Lin Ling had seen through his origins, Wan Daoi no longer hid his purpose. "How do you know?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. "You don't need to know that. I only know that the reward for killing you is incomparably generous." A large blade appeared in Wan Daoi's hand, and with a buzz, the power of divinity burst out like the universe. It was very strong. His power of divinity had probably reached as much as 500 million. A wanted criminal killing a wanted criminal? Don't you think it's funny? Lin Ling stared at Wan Daoi's blade and laughed. Hee hee, I can enter the demon city. This means that I'm not a pedantic person. Wan Daoi shook his head. He only attacked for the Tao realm fragment. He said coldly, "After killing you, I'll have the capital to enter the Tao pagoda." His eyes turned red. It was a blood-red color, and his pupils could not be seen. It was terrifying. "You're so sure that you can kill me?" Lin Ling also knew that Wan Daoi was not an ordinary mid-stage high god. He was stronger than those he had encountered before, perhaps even twice as strong. "You're just a mid-stage high god. No matter how powerful you are, there's a limit. Take my blade." As Wan Daoi spoke, he had already attacked. With a horizontal slash, the sky of the Tao pagoda was cut open, and a void appeared. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sunchaser boots and disappeared on the spot, avoiding Wan Daoi's fierce slash. Then, Lin Ling floated in the air, looking down at Wan Daoi with a cold expression. He still did not understand how Wan Daoi recognized him. Although he knew that he would not be able to escape the day of being hunted down, he did not expect that day to come so soon. Let's see how long you can hide. Wan Daoi raised his head and pointed the blade in his hand at Lin Ling. Why should I hide? Lin Ling did not want to waste too much time. He felt that this was not a good place to stay. Universe 3 Extreme Break. He used his trump card and attacked Wan Daoi from the sky. The terrifying soul power locked Wan Daoi's soul into the great universe and killed him. Wan Daoi's eyes narrowed. What kind of technique was this? He still wanted to make a move and even wanted to say something, but he was already killed by Lin Ling's cosmic ray. After his trip to the Shrine of Ice, Lin Ling's soul energy had once again improved. Now, the might of his 3 extremes of universe had also increased by a notch. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling shouted coldly as he floated down to the ground and took away Wan Daoi's Dao returns to heaven. Subsequently, Lin Ling discovered that Wan Daoi's Dao regression's celestial realm didn't seem to disappear. This meant that Wan Daoi still had a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Unfortunately, Wan Daoi was killed by Soul Force, and the Dao realm couldn't detect the killing intent, so it didn't protect Wan Daoi. Wu Ting once said that if taken away by the Dao realm's protection, the Dao regression celestial realm wouldn't disappear, but it would take a certain amount of time. If the person who came didn't come to take back the Dao regression celestial realm, the Dao regression celestial realm would disappear sooner or later. Now that Wan Daoi is dead, the Dao regression celestial realm won't be able to escape the fate of disappearing. Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry. He took Wan Daoi's Dao regression celestial realm and immediately left. However, not long after he left, a huge mouth suddenly appeared on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a mouth formed by 2 leaves. It suddenly closed and swallowed Lin Ling. These leaves were too strange. They appeared without any warning. Even with Lin Ling's soul power, he couldn't detect them unless the leaves merged. Heavenly Dao arrest order Lin Ling, you've been caught by me. Quickly accept your death. No one can break my supreme world's spiritual realm. Lin Ling, who was swallowed, felt that he had entered a pitch-black world. At the same time, a sinister laughter sounded in his ears. Lin Ling instantly knew that the one swallowing him was a great demon, and an extremely powerful one at that. At the same time, water began to drip from the surroundings. The corrosive power was very strong, as if it was going to digest Lin Ling. And within this corrosive water, Lin Ling sensed a terrifying god energy. It seemed that the things that the leaves swallowed relied on the god energy to corrode their prey. Tsk tisk, 300 million Dao realm fragments are mine just like that. At the same time, a triumphant voice sounded. It was incomparably happy. It's too early for you to be happy. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. He had to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, no matter how strong his combat strength was, it would be greatly reduced. Pangu Strike, shatter the earth. Lin Ling activated the god energy's invincible technique. Then, like a giant Pangu, he attacked the leaves crazily and blasted them apart. And the corrosive water that fell on him seemed to be ineffective at this moment. How is this possible? The leaves also screamed in horror. They could not believe it. And at this moment, outside the leaves, Lien Ledin stared at the huge leaves in front of him with an excited smile. If Lin Ling died in the mouth of the great demon, then he would be able to obtain Lin Ling's will of the world. After all, the great demon could not devour the will of the world. Hurry, hurry! Lien Ledin was looking forward to it. Boom! But at this moment, the leaves in front of him shook violently. Then, a fist broke the surface of the leaves, followed by more and more fists. Finally, the leaves were also blasted apart by countless huge fists. A figure rushed out and stomped down from the sky. Boom! The great demon from before was stomped to death, deader than dead. The person who rushed out was Lin Ling. He had collected the great demon's Dao regression's celestial rank. His expression was extremely serious. The massacre was finally here. And it was faster than he had imagined. He had to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling's eyes swept across and suddenly landed on Lien Ledin. After pondering for a moment, he finally understood. One had to know that he had been hiding his aura and appearance. Unless it was someone who was purposely coming for him, Lin Ling, no one would be able to detect him. But now, with 2 waves of enemies, they all knew that he, Lin Ling, was purposely here. All of this did not make sense. The only explanation was that someone was telling them. Now, the only person who knew of Lin Ling's whereabouts was Lien Ledin. Lien Ledin. Lin Ling growled. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This Lien Ledin was ultimately a bomb. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Being stared at by Lin Ling, Lien Ledin was clearly a little flustered. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are the will of the world. Lin Ling's mind kept thinking, trying to find a way to devour Lien Ledin. Lien Ledin was the will of the world. Even if he died, he could still be reincarnated. Unless he could devour him and make him die completely. But with Lin Ling's current knowledge, he had yet to find a way to devour him. Right, why not ask Senior Guangqingzi? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then, he looked into the distance and knew that another enemy was coming. Chapter 48-44. Lien Lishan's body trembled as he panicked. He didn't know why, but the way Lin Ling looked at him made him feel that Lin Ling had a way to deal with him. Heavenly Dao arrest order, Lin Ling is here. He couldn't help but shout, wanting more enemies to attack Lin Ling. This also aroused Lin Ling's anger. However, the most important thing now was to leave immediately and find a quiet place to deal with Lien Ledin. Go ahead and shout. If they can't kill me, Lien Ledin, you're dead meat. Lin Ling said, full of killing intent. This made Lien Ledin even more flustered. Lin Ling activated the Quafu's sun-chasing boots and ran along the ground at an incomparably fast speed. However, he didn't dare to fly too high because he would become a thorn in the side. Although he didn't see anyone chasing after him, Lin Ling could feel that someone was coming for him. The reward of a Heavenly Dao arrest order was too generous. No one would ignore it. Sure enough, after running for 3 incense sticks, the killing intent finally arrived. Suddenly, a pitch-black light appeared in front of him. It was like a huge wall, blocking Lin Ling's path. Something's not right. Lin Ling was still holding Lien Lishan's hand. His eyes stared ahead. There was a huge black wall in front of them that was emitting dense smoke. Lin Ling's soul force quietly swept over it. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This wall was too big. It was actually bigger than any of the prefectures in the 9 prefectures. When he looked up again, the terrifying thing was that this wall reached straight into the clouds and into the Grand Mist aura. Most importantly, the Grand Mist aura didn't seem to affect this wall. The Grand Mist aura was the most mysterious existence in the Dao realm. No god could break through it. Now that there was someone who didn't fear the Grand Mist aura, it was no wonder that Lin Ling was shocked. Rumble. At this moment, there was finally a rumbling sound behind them. It seemed like a large number of gods and demons were chasing after them. The only choice left for Lin Ling was to break through this wall as soon as possible and escape. Rumble. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The terrifying power of divinity slammed into the black wall, creating a rumbling sound. However, the sword that had always been invincible only managed to create a small gap in the black wall. Moreover, black smoke came out of the gap and quickly repaired it. What a strong defense! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His innate talent fusion, gray robe appeared, and he slashed out another slash. This sword strike was much more powerful. It cut 100 meters into the black wall, but in the blink of an eye, black mist filled the gap and intertwined with each other. The black wall was restored to its original state. What is this? Lin Ling's expression became more and more. Looking behind him, he realized that a powerful aura was descending. He could even see the enemy coming. Above the heavens ants and demonic chi with his zest. In midair, a white light flickered and flew over with the speed of 20 million worlds. This was a divine bird, and it was an extremely fast divine bird. Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, the green-furred lion broke through countless mountains, roaring at the sky as it arrived. As for the southeast, sand and stones were flying everywhere. In the rolling sandstorm, a pair of eyes faintly appeared and stared at Lin Ling, full of murderous intent. Lin Ling could sense from the aura that these powerful enemies were late-stage high gods. He couldn't win. Lin Ling had already used the universe's 3 extremes break. With only the eternal killing world and Pangu's attack, he was no match for these enemies. Lin Ling, how dare you kill my Flying Frost Valley's people? A low voice finally sounded. What shocked Lin Ling was that the voice came from in front of him. The black wall finally moved. Amidst the endless black clouds, a pair of cold eyes hung in the air like the moon. Very evil, very strange. The eyes stared at Lin Ling and it was huge. Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. Only then did he realize that it was a head, and there were eyes on the head. The scariest thing was that Lin Ling realized that it was a huge demon turtle, and the thing in front of him was the body of the demon turtle. However, the body of the demon turtle was too big, as though it was a universe of its own. Flying Frost Valley? Lin Ling's expression changed. He had completely guessed the origin of these demons. They were probably the 4 kings of the Flying Frost Valley. However, their strength was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, they were just ordinary kings in the demon city. If they were really powerful demons, wouldn't they be even more powerful? You won't be able to escape after killing my Flying Frost Valley's people. However, I didn't expect you to be a wanted criminal of the heavenly Tao. From behind, a loud voice sounded like a sound wave, causing Lin Ling's eardrums to hurt. I have to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. If he was really surrounded here, he would definitely die. Lin Ling, huh? He looked at Lien Ledian again. At this moment, he was overjoyed, as though he saw Lin Ling unable to escape. He roared at the demons, I found this Lin Ling for you. As long as you let me go, everything of Lin Ling will belong to you. Indeed, Lien Ledian had informed them to come. This made Lin Ling want nothing more than to kill Lien Ledian with his sword. However, Lin Ling endured it. He knew that Lien Ledian was eager to kill him and reincarnate, but Lin Ling wouldn't let him off so easily. Pangu strike, sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling put away the tyrannical song sword and unleashed another killer move. He raised his hand high and suddenly slashed forward. A mere human dares to go against our great king? You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to attack, the great kings were full of disdain. They didn't think that Lin Ling could cause a stir among the late-stage high-level great gods. Rumble. However, when Lin Ling slashed down, the huge black flag in front of him was cut open, revealing a 1-meter-wide path that went straight into the distance. You cut me open. The huge demonic turtle let out a shocked voice in disbelief. The few great demons behind it also stopped in their tracks, their faces full of shock. However, Lin Ling noticed that even though he had slashed the demonic turtle in half, the demonic turtle wasn't dead at all. At most, it had suffered some minor injuries. Moreover, the path that had been slashed open was filled with black clouds, and it was rapidly recovering. Pangu strike, spiritual extinction. Lin Ling shouted angrily in his heart. His body disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported and shot into the black wall in front of him. At this moment, the black wall was rapidly fusing. Lin Ling's move was obviously extremely dangerous. If he couldn't escape before the black wall completely fused, he would be caught in the middle of the black wall and completely captured by the great demons. Lin Ling also knew this. Chapter 48-45. How did his speed increase so much all of a sudden? King Xian, stop him quickly. Seeing Lin Ling suddenly disappear, the great demons behind him all roared loudly. They had never imagined that a mere mid-level deity human would actually possess so many powerful techniques. He, entering my body, he's courting death. The giant demon turtle also spoke in human language and said disdainfully. However, his voice soon became panicked. Oh no, he escaped. As soon as he said this, the world fell silent. Under the joint efforts of the Flying Frost Valley's great kings, the human god had actually escaped. The great demons were furious. Their bodies became huge, and they galloped on the ground like giants. As for the gigantic demon turtle, it shrunk and opened up a path for them. After the great demons passed by it, it chased after Lin Ling. However, when they chased after Lin Ling, they suddenly realized that Lin Ling had completely disappeared. In the sky, a white light pierced through the void. After disappearing for a moment, it returned and turned into a middle-aged man in a white robe. The middle-aged man's nose was very sharp, like an eagle's beak. He shouted coldly, "Damn it, he escaped. King Yen, with your speed, you can't catch up with him?" The other great kings were shocked. His speed is estimated to have reached 20 million world speed. The middle-aged man in the white robe said angrily. As soon as he said this, the great kings all gasped. 20 million world speed was difficult even for great demons like them. Only King Yen, who was the original body of the bloody killing swallow, could have such speed. However, King Yen only had 20 million world speed and did not surpass Lin Ling. Therefore, he could not catch up with Lin Ling. And now, a mid-level god also possessed this kind of speed? 300 million Tau realm fragments. He escaped just like that. An old man walked over angrily with a huge turtle shell on his back. It was the demon turtle. At this moment, Lin Ling kept rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. He looked back and suddenly realized that the Tao pagoda hanging in the sky was getting smaller and smaller. This meant that he was being chased in another direction. But now, he had no choice. Behind him, Lian Ledian was still being held back by Lin Ling's soul chains. This made Lin Ling nod inwardly. He was most afraid that Lian Ledian would escape. After a long time, Lin Ling sensed that the power of Panga's attack was weakening, and his speed finally slowed down. However, Lin Ling was still cautious. His trump cards were very powerful, but they could only be used once. If he encountered a powerful enemy now, he would definitely be in trouble. "Lin Ling, is it? You're really strong. You actually hit here. I had to activate my divine ability, the staircase of the world, to catch up to you." But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then a sword slashed over. Divine sword surged, slaying demons. This sword came without any warning and was incomparably fast, causing Lin Ling's expression to greatly change. He anxiously tried to block it, but was immediately injured by the powerful divine power. Clang. After the tyrannical song sword collided with the sword, Lin Ling's figure rapidly retreated. Looking at his shoulder, it was now covered in blood. He looked into the distance and saw a man holding a sword on a mountain peak in the distance. He stood there calmly. His sword caused the sky to change color. Middle stage high god, but he's very strong. His divine power has reached 600 million. Lin Ling's expression was extremely solemn. He had just escaped from the great demon, but he did not expect to be caught up again. Most importantly, this person seemed to be a human god. Moreover, the opponent's speed was too fast. He could actually catch up to Lin Ling. Right? He mentioned the staircase of the world. Could it be the staircase of the gods? Lin Ling thought to himself. Then he said coldly, "Who are you?" On the mountain peak, the man did not bother to say anything. He slashed down with his sword. Rumble. Under this sword, a large number of mountains were slashed and floated in the sky like light feathers. It was very beautiful. Then, the invisible divine power merged into the sword and slashed at Lin Ling. "Merge!" Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. A gray robe appeared, and his divine power and physical strength instantly skyrocketed, reaching 200 million. The tyrannical song sword blocked in front of him, madly blocking the fatal sword. Rumble. Lin Ling was as if he was blocking the impact of a storm. His figure was constantly knocked back, but in the end, this terrifying horizontal slash was blocked by Lin Ling. Bang, bang, bang. The sword passed around Lin Ling, and all the mountains behind him were flattened. Countless mountains floated in the sky like feathers. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. This person is very strong, and he's also a swordsman. If I can't defeat him, I'll be in even more trouble. Now, there are definitely many people who want to kill me, and they're all on the way. I have to speed up. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and there were billowing flames spewing out of them. Very good strength. To be able to block my sword with the realm of a mid-stage mid-god, you're considered very amazing among the gods. On the mountain peak, the man said indifferently, "Since you blocked my sword, I'll tell you my name, Mount Shu Sword God." Mount Shu was an extremely famous sword faction in ancient times. They slayed demons and ruled the world with their swords. They were extremely powerful. Once, Lin Ling also knew a god called Mount Shu Sword Immortal. This person came from Mount Shu. However, there were many swordsmen in Mount Shu, and Mount Shu Sword Immortal was only one of them. Most importantly, the god called Mount Shu Sword God in front of him was even stronger. How did you detect me? Lin Ling asked. Someone told me and roughly told me your whereabouts. My god's stairs can cross a world. I noticed your figure at the distant Dao Tower. I stepped into the void and arrived here. The man said indifferently. Lin Ling nodded. So it was the god's stairs. However, this person's god's stairs was really terrifying. It could cross realms. This meant that if this person used the god's stairs, he could go to the chaotic realm and the void of the 9 regions. My god's stairs is not as powerful as you think. It has no attack power, and there is a limit to the number of times it can be used. Moreover, I can't go to realms that I haven't been to, such as the Dao Tower. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the man said again. No wonder he didn't enter the Dao Tower. It turned out that he couldn't use the god's stairs to enter places that he hadn't been to before. However, Lin Ling still felt that this person's god's stairs were too heaven-defying. Because with this kind of god's stairs, if he encountered a powerful enemy, he could escape from the dangerous place in one step. Well, I've said what needs to be said. Now die. The man jumped down from the sky. With a sword in hand, he cut through the thorns and shot towards Lin Ling. Rumble. This sword was incomparably terrifying. It was like a shooting star. The divine power had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 48-46. Lin Ling's eternal killing world was the same as Pangu's strike. It even had an advantage that Pangu's strike did not have, which was that there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. Moreover, it had accumulated tens of thousands of centuries of killing. It was terrifying. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack, the man immediately laughed disdainfully. But at this moment, he realized that a powerful universe of killing was coming at him, as if it was going to drown him. He had seen the ocean of killing, the river of killing, and even the most powerful heaven and earth of killing, but this was the first time he had seen the universe of killing. The killing intent of the entire universe was naturally stronger than the ocean, the river, and even the heaven and earth. Impossible! How could you have accumulated so many kills? The Mount Shu Sword God roared in disbelief. The sword in his hand was also trembling, as if he did not believe in his own sword and Tao. And this collapsing river, once he had doubts, his will collapsed. The terrifying killing affected him, making him almost lose his mind. Swoosh! At the same time, Lin Ling's sword arrived. With a clang, it was blocked by the Mount Shu Sword God's sword. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was no match for the Mount Shu Sword God. His body flew backward and smashed into the ground. However, the Mount Shu Sword God in the sky was not any better. Blood dripped from the hand holding the sword. Obviously, he was also injured by Lin Ling's sword. Of course, the most important thing was that he was affected by Lin Ling's killing, which caused his combat strength to weaken by as much as 60%. Why do you have so much killing? The Mount Shu Sword God's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Ling. If you don't kill, these killings won't affect you. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, then ran in another direction. The Mount Shu Sword God wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but in the end, he held back because he was still affected by the killings. His Tao heart was unstable and he almost lost himself. If he didn't kill, the eternal killing world wouldn't affect him. Unfortunately, as the Sword God, how could he not kill? Bang! The Mount Shu sword god fell from the sky and then sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the killing from the illusion with all his strength. It was as if he had entered the world of slaughter that Lin Ling had once entered. His soul was in turmoil. He never thought that he would be defeated. He pursued the supreme Mount Shu sword mantra, but he forgot to improve his state of mind. This was his biggest flaw. Although he managed to escape, at least he gave me some pointers. He clearly told me where my flaws are. After the Mount Shu sword divine weapon pondered for a moment, it was no longer angry. Instead, it was incomparably happy. As a swordsman, what he wanted to know the most was where his flaws were. He originally thought that he was no longer afraid of slaughter, but now he realized that what he wasn't afraid of was small massacres. He was still too inexperienced when it came to the real universe of slaughter. This Mount Shu sword god is so powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling was running into the distance. Blood was dripping from his arms and shoulders. He had clearly suffered serious injuries after clashing with the Mount Shu sword god. In this short period of time, he had fought several gods and demons. This also gave Lin Ling a deep understanding of the Dao Pagoda. His current strength was much weaker in the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda. Not to mention the Dao Pagoda that was the focus of everyone's attention. In the Dao Pagoda, he was probably an ancient god who had founded a sect. Behind Lin Ling, even Letian's expression was constantly changing. After witnessing Lin Ling escape danger again and again, he realized how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. He had killed 2 old foxes and an old jackal, killed a great demon of the flying Frost Valley, escaped from the mouth of a strange tree demon, and even killed it. Moreover, he had escaped from the hands of the 4 great demons of the flying Frost Valley, fought the Mount Shu sword god, and retreated unscathed. Was this still a mid-level god? He thought of the kid he had seen in the Dragon Valley back then, and then thought of the invincible Lin Ling now, and his heart instantly turned cold. It was said that the host body of the world's will was incomparably powerful, and its growth speed surpassed that of tens of millions of gods. However, in front of Lin Ling, the host body of the world's will, he really couldn't compare to Lutian. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the host body of the 8th world's will? Would he inevitably change the era in the future? I can't let him live. He is still weak now, and I can still devour him. If I wait until he is strong in the future, I will definitely be devoured. I have to make the first move. A huge pressure rose in Lutian's heart. Of course, he had to kill Lin Ling. Suddenly, Lutian's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sneer. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward, constantly recovering his body. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, and he had 8 dantians. In a short period of time, he had recovered more than half. However, it would take a certain amount of time for the various trump cards to recover, at least half a day. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently, and then he couldn't help but curse. That was because he discovered that the world in front of him had changed. Although the world in front of him was still green with mountains and rivers, blue sky and white clouds, Lin Ling sensed that everything was distorted and there were layers of death aura. This was a fake world. An expert had used the power of a great divine ability to seal the world in front of him. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling discovered that a gray wave of death was spreading in front of him like a tide. Wherever it passed, all the mountains and rivers trembled slightly. It seemed that there was no change on the surface, but in fact, it had completely disappeared. That feeling was as if he had entered the underworld. What a powerful technique! Lin Ling stared at a stalk of grass under his feet and discovered that it was filled with death aura. It was the netherworld grass. This meant that the gods of the underworld had come. Lien Lutian, you have angered me time and time again and challenged my bottom line. I will remember this grudge. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling said calmly to Lien Lutian behind him. Naturally, he could guess that all of this was because of Lien Lutian. At this point it's either you die or I die. What's the use of saying all this nonsense? Lien Lutian smiled ferociously. Since he had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to pretend anymore. Do you think you can escape just by capturing me? What a joke! You don't even know that I'm with the underworld god. He knows my whereabouts very well. Lien Lution continued, now, the underworld is my backer. You want to go against the underworld alone? You're dreaming. Moreover, the underworld god has already promised me that if you die, the power of your worlds will belong to me. Ha Linling, oh Linling, I'm looking forward to seeing you, the host of the eighth world's will. How powerful are you? How far can you allow me to grow? In the future, I want to dominate the entire universe. Chapter 48-47. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lution sneered. Naturally, he did not believe Lin Ling's words. He said indifferently, you'd better think about how to deal with the problem in front of you. All right. Lin Ling ignored him and stared ahead. Now, he had already been through a few waves of pursuers. This wave was probably the most difficult one, because this wave came at the right time. It appeared when Lin Ling was at his weakest. Underworld Blood Sea. Yes. Suddenly, on the mountain peak in front of him, gods in gray armor appeared. They opened their hands and summoned the powerful Underworld Blood Sea, which surged toward Lin Ling. The Underworld Blood Sea was a terrifying sea that washed away the memories, strength, and origin of those who entered the underworld. Any god who entered the Blood Sea would be washed away and turned into a blank reincarnation. Of course, the Underworld Blood Sea was only powerful in the underworld. But now, the gods of the underworld had moved a part of the underworld here, allowing the Blood Sea to descend. Woo! A nether song entered Lin Ling's ears, making him feel dazed. It was as if he had heard the song of life. On the surging Blood Sea, Lin Ling saw an ancient sailboat moving forward. There was only one fisherman on the sailboat. He was topless and wore a straw hat. He stood on the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. Come, 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 cross the other shore with me. From now on, you will live forever and be free from the suffering of this world. The fisherman's voice was old, like a guiding light. After the fisherman's song, endless illusions appeared, as if saying that money, fame, beauty, and strength were all for nothing. Lin Ling's eyes were blank, but at this time, a clear current flowed into his mind, causing Lin Ling to instantly wake up. He found that the clear current came from the universe's three extremes break. When he took a closer look, he found that the so-called fisherman was actually a skeleton. This skeleton drove the tattered boat and rolled in the Blood Sea. It was incomparably terrifying. This underworld Blood Sea is too strong. A thought appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He did not stay any longer and fled in another direction. When the netherworld gate opens, everything in the world will submit. However, seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the underworld deities on the surrounding mountain peaks formed complicated seals. At the same time, numerous bronze gates appeared in all directions, sealing the various great universes. Bang bang bang. The gigantic bronze gate was like the great laws of the universe. When it suppressed the sky, a terrifying power surged into the earth, annihilating everything. Although this was the Tao realm, it was clear that the Tao realm's netherworld laws were the same as the primal chaos realm and the void of the 9 prefectures. After the gods here died, they would enter the netherworld and disappear forever. After a total of 18 netherworld gates appeared, the color of the entire world became even darker. At the same time, a strange feeling enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. He discovered that he had been sealed, and he couldn't leave the netherworld. And at this time, the terrifying sea of blood from the netherworld surged over, sealing off any direction that Lin Ling could escape in, causing Lin Ling to have nowhere to hide. Lin Ling, your life is up. Quickly return to the netherworld. Moreover, the King Yenluo from the netherworld gate also appeared from the netherworld gate. The book of life and death appeared in his hands as he read Lin Ling's name. He wanted to ban Lin Ling. My life is in my hands, Lin Ling. Since when is it your turn to talk nonsense? Lin Ling looked up and sneered. Lin Ling, your life is up. Quickly return to the netherworld. However, the King Yenluo from the netherworld gate had a cold expression. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he didn't care about Lin Ling's words at all. Lin Ling looked around, trying to find a way to escape. However, The netherworld gate was too strong, and he had used up all his trump cards. He couldn't block it with just his innate talent. Splash, splash, splash. In the end, Lin Ling was submerged in the sea of blood. He tumbled up and down, and a large number of skeletal arms appeared, pulling Lin Ling down into the sea of blood. Get out of my way! Lin Ling unleashed his strength and continued to blow up these skeletons. Rumble! A large number of skeletons exploded, but there were too many skeletons around. In the end, the sea of blood stopped flowing and began to retreat, leaving behind an endless number of skeletons. This was a sea of skeletons. Lin Ling's entire body was grabbed by a large number of skeletal arms and sank down. Looking from afar, this scene was incomparably terrifying. How pitiful! In the distance, even Lution was gloating over the misfortune of the other party. The eyes of the King Yenluo from the netherworld gate flashed as he sneered. Lin Ling was very famous in the netherworld. He wasn't afraid of the god of the underworld and challenged the great laws of the netherworld. The netherworld had long wanted to bring him to justice. However, Lin Ling's luck was good and he had repeatedly escaped the pursuit of the netherworld. This time, Lin Ling couldn't escape. As long as he entered the netherworld gate, everything would be decided by the netherworld gate. No matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would become a cripple. You want to kill me? Dream on. Being pulled by countless skeletons, Lin Ling also roared as he activated all the divine power in his body and blasted it towards himself. And this method was suicide. Hold him back. Seeing this scene, the various King Yenluo roared and struck out with the laws of the netherworld, causing the sea of skeletons to rise into a monstrous wave and drown Lin Ling's head. You want to commit suicide? It's not that easy. Seeing Lin Ling being taken away by the sea of skeletons, the King Yenluo sneered. Suicide, although it was also entering the netherworld because Lin Ling was a god, it might be difficult for him to reincarnate and directly disappear in the universe. Moreover, even if he could reincarnate, Lin Ling would only be reincarnated into the path of the beast and suffer tribulation after tribulation. However, the purpose of the netherworld gate was to keep Lin Ling alive and imprisoned in the netherworld gate forever. How could they let Lin Ling die so easily? And now Lin Ling was drowned by the sea of skeletons, which meant that Lin Ling had been completely brought into the netherworld gate. Even the ancient gods could not resist the netherworld gate. Go back. Then, the King Yenluo said indifferently, closed the gate of the netherworld gate, and disappeared without a trace. Hee, it's finally settled. The gods of the netherworld standing on top of the mountain laughed excitedly. They formed complicated seals and withdrew the sea of blood from the netherworld gate. Rumble! A huge black hole appeared, and the billowing sea of blood flowed in reverse and finally disappeared. Unfortunately, no one saw that when the sea of blood flowed in reverse, a five-colored light also quietly appeared and floated into the sky with a figure. And that figure was Lin Ling. Lin Ling still had one chance to be protected by the Dao realm. He had used it in the end and escaped from the Dao realm. This was something that no one knew. Lin Ling is finally dead. At this moment, even Lution let out a light breath and took a step forward, flying toward the gods of the netherworld gate. Lin Ling is a great enemy of the netherworld gate. The god of the netherworld has wanted to capture him for a long time, and now, his wish has finally come true. We have also made a great contribution. Even Lution, you have also made a great contribution. The gods of the netherworld gate looked at even Lution and said, and they were all extremely happy. Ah, we are really lucky. When the gods of the audience said this, even Lution was even happier. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, did you sense the power of Lin Ling's world will? Chapter 48:48. At this moment, under the gray sky, 18 figures flew past like death gods. They were the Yama kings of the underworld. After hearing the voice transmission from the underworld gods, they immediately stopped and tried to find Lin Ling in the underworld blood sea. However, after searching for a long time, they did not see Lin Ling's figure. Not good, Lin Ling is gone. A Yama king frowned. How is that possible? How could Lin Ling escape from the underworld blood sea? Moreover, the underworld gate has locked onto him. How could he escape? Another Yama King's face became serious. Quick, inform Lien Ledian and the others immediately. Another Yama King shouted anxiously. At this moment, in the area of the Dao Pagoda, Lien Ledian was following the underworld gods. One of the underworld gods smiled and said, Lin Ling's world will power? It's okay, the Yama Kings will find it for us. After all, only you can devour that power now. It's useless for us to have it. This is Lin Ling's returning to heaven position. Lien Ledian, you can keep it well. Lien Ledian immediately took Lin Ling's returning to heaven position. He looked a little excited because he knew very well that Lin Ling's returning to heaven position contained a lot of Dao realm fragments. The number was astonishing. Hee, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to let me off so easily. Lien Ledian laughed. After seeing Lin Ling's returning to heaven position, he was even more certain that Lin Ling was dead. After all, in the area of the Dao Pagoda, only after the death of a god would the returning to heaven position drop. The Dao realm fragments in Lin Ling's returning to heaven position are enough for everyone to enter the Dao Pagoda. Lien Ledian looked at the underworld gods and said, these gods were also from the heavenly underworld sect, so they were considered his own people. Thank you, Your Excellency Lien Ledian. Hearing Lien Lishan's words, the underworld gods smiled. They were naturally very interested in the Dao Pagoda. At this moment, they didn't know that in the Lin Ling universe, a man had appeared there, coldly looking at the entire void. This man was Lin Ling. Previously, he had used up his last chance of protection of the Dao realm and finally escaped back to the void of the 9 continents at the critical moment. When he thought of Lien Ledian and the previous assassination attempt, Lin Ling's eyes turned extremely cold. If this was my universe, a mere underworld blood sea would be nothing. Lin Ling snorted coldly. He investigated for a bit, but didn't do anything for the time being. This was because Lin Ling still needed some time to recover his trump cards. Once he recovered, Lin Ling would definitely kill his way back. He was very clearly aware that the Netherworld entrance and Netherworld blood ocean required a certain amount of time to set up. Moreover, his Dao regression heavenly seat had already been taken away. No matter what, he had to get it back. The Lin Ling universe is getting stronger and stronger. Next, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void and continuously cast out the grand laws of the universe that he had learned in the Shrine of Ice. Bang! It was as if a heavenly drum was being beaten. Every time it was beaten, the entire void of the universe would tremble. At the same time, the void of this great universe became more stable and quietly expanded. The spiritual chi also became denser. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was his territory, his world. My universe is still lacking a bit of foundation. I need to nurture some gods and demons that are endowed by nature. Lin Ling pondered. Controlling the laws, he set up universe treasures in every corner of the universe. With the grand laws of the universe, these places could give birth to incomparably terrifying gods in the future. Just like the ancient gods like the Yellow Emperor. Master, this is Master's hometown. At this moment, a voice came from Lin Ling universe. Although the voice was soft, as the master of the universe, Lin Ling could naturally hear it clearly. He discovered that there were many people entering his Lin Ling universe, but they came from various large realms and were extremely unfamiliar. However, these people were blocked by Ancestor Tayen and the others. Let them come in. Lin Ling smiled. He instantly knew the origin of these people. Back in the path of domination in the void of the 9 states, Lin Ling was brought into the reincarnation of life and death by the strong beings of the underworld. During one of his lives, he was the leader of a sect. He witnessed his disciples being killed. Later, Lin Ling awakened, broke the reincarnation of life and death, and brought the souls of these disciples back. Furthermore, Lin Ling had left behind a divine ability for them to find hosts for them. Now, these disciples had all grown up, and their strength had become extremely powerful. It's really strange. The opportunities one gave them were obviously very ordinary, but they grew so quickly and have the strength of a lesser god. After that, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. With a wave of his right hand, a large number of young people appeared in front of him. These people were very confused at first, but after seeing Lin Ling, they all trembled and knelt down. "Greetings, master." Although it was the first time they saw Lin Ling, they were familiar with Lin Ling. "Get up," Lin Ling said calmly. "Thank you, master." Everyone bowed respectfully. They knew very well that their master was a giant god, an omnipotent expert. This is the Lin Ling universe. You can stay in this universe and cultivate in the future. When you become a superior god, you can come and find me again. Go. Lin Ling waved at everyone. At the same time, a gentle light enveloped everyone, making them feel like they had been reborn. In the Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling was omnipotent. Whoever he wanted to become a god would become a god. Of course, Lin Ling only helped them a little because this was the cycle of karma. If he helped them too much, it would not be good for these disciples. "Thank you, master." All the disciples bowed respectfully and then left to find their own opportunities and pursue the great Tao. Lin Ling did not know that because of his actions, in the future Lin Ling universe, a large number of powerful giant gods would be born in the chaotic realm. "Here I am really strong. Even if it is the Tong Tian sect leader, I dare to fight. Unfortunately, I can only be strong here. Moreover, after the tribulation of the world the Lin Ling universe still cannot resist." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. After controlling the Lin Ling universe, he could calculate many things. The tribulation of the world could destroy countless universes. Lin Ling universe could not resist it. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have to go to the Tao realm. He could just stay here and provoke anyone. "Well, it's almost time. Go back and destroy them." Then Lin Ling stood up, sensed the celestial return realm, and entered the Tao pagoda again. Although Lin Ling's celestial return realm fell in the Tao pagoda, he was not dead, so he could still enter. However, there was not much time left for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling did not take back the celestial return realm, it would disappear. Chapter 48-49. On the vast land, a dozen figures were flying into the distance. They were none other than Lien Ledian and his companions. They were talking and laughing as though they were about to embark on a grand plan. Behind them, a figure was quietly following them. It was as though he had disappeared into the universe, making it difficult for anyone to detect him. 19 people, plus Lien Ledian, that's a total of 20 people. This person was Lin Ling. He discovered that among the 19 people in front of him, 12 were late-stage high gods while the rest were mid-stage high gods. The opponents were very strong. If he were to fight them head-on, Lin Ling would be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Ling could defeat them one by one. Moreover, he discovered that his celestial Tao throne was in Lien Lishan's possession. This made Lin Ling somewhat relieved. If the celestial Tao throne was in the hands of those late-stage high gods, it would be very difficult for him to snatch it back. "I just need to kill a few of them and rob Lien Ledian. Then I can leave," Lin Ling thought to himself. He remained motionless and quietly followed them. At this moment, Lien Ledian and his companions were still talking and laughing as though they had made a great contribution. However, as they walked, Lien Ledian suddenly frowned and said, "Logically speaking, since Lin Ling has been taken away by the underworld, the opportunity he left in my soul should have disappeared. But why can I still feel it?" "Bone King Realm Sealer, has King Yama of the underworld replied?" One of the late-stage high gods looked at Lien Ledian and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the underworld's blood sea has never failed. The opportunity in your soul has not disappeared. As it is the energy of the soul dissipates slowly. In a few hours, you will not be able to feel it anymore." This man was tall and wore a black robe. He looked like a pope. Bone King Realm Sealer is right. Lien Ledian could not help but nod upon hearing the black-robed man's words. "Oh no!" However, before they could be happy for too long, the Bone King Realm Sealer let out a loud roar. He looked extremely anxious. "What's wrong?" Lien Ledian frowned instantly. "Lin Ling has escaped." The Bone King Realm Sealer looked at everyone and finally said word by word. Escaped. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. How could this be possible? One had to know that that was the attack of the 18 Kings of Hell, and there was also the Blood Sea of the Underworld. How could Lin Ling escape? I'm guessing that Lin Ling was never caught from the very beginning. Bone King Sealer's eyes were gloomy as he pondered. No wonder the opportunity he left in my soul still hasn't dissipated. It turns out that he really didn't die. What should we do now? Even Lution knew that things were getting troublesome. He looked at the gods of the underworld and said. The gods of the underworld fell silent. They didn't know what to do. Wait, Lin Ling's Tao regression heavenly mandate is in our hands. If he's still alive, he'll definitely come looking for us. Suddenly, the Bone King's eyes lit up. That's right. Lin Ling's Tao regression celestial plane has a large amount of Tao realm fragments. Now that I've obtained all of them, he definitely won't give up. Even Lution was extremely certain. Just as the team thought about it, a terrifying massacre suddenly came. The last few people in the team were killed by a sword. They were unstoppable. This sudden sword was a sneak attack that caught them off guard. Most importantly, the murderous aura was too strong. By the time they reacted, their heads had already been separated from their bodies. These experts from the underworld didn't have Tao realm fragments to protect them. This meant that after they were killed, they were completely dead. Lin Ling really came. The tall Bone King Sealer stopped in his tracks. His long robe fluttered as he looked coldly into the distance. But at this moment, another sword came. It was fierce and murderous. Then, another god from the underworld was killed. Lin Ling is right here. Even Lution's eyes narrowed. He didn't know why, but he was a little flustered. The main reason was that Lin Ling's sword was too sharp. It killed gods like killing chickens. Other than late-stage high gods, mid-stage high gods couldn't block it. Very fast. It's probably at the speed of 1,000 worlds. The Bone King Sealer muttered to himself. Not only that, Lin Ling can erupt with the speed of 20 million worlds. I've seen him use this speed before. Even great demons who are good at speed can't catch up with Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling also has the ability to kill with a single strike. It's an extremely powerful technique. However, Lin Ling was clearly taken away by the underworld. How did he manage to escape? Even Lution knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. He could only pray to the Bone King Sealer. Therefore, he told them about Lin Ling's powerful techniques. I've never seen these techniques that you mentioned. However, I am also very curious. Is a mere mid-level deity really that powerful? The Bone King Sealer's body shook. Waves of nether energy spread out like a dense fog, enveloping this part of the world. The other gods from the underworld also looked around indifferently as if they were facing a great enemy. For a moment, the atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Lien Lution stood around the gods of the underworld. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for Lin Ling's appearance. Another sword came. Among the gods of the underworld, another one fell. He was killed by a sword. Terrifying killing intent intertwined in the nether energy as if it had materialized. It was extremely terrifying. However, the Bone King Sealer still did not move. He looked around indifferently and finally said with certainty, Lin Ling is indeed here. Everyone listen up. Prepare to activate the underworld blood sea. This time, no matter what, Lin Ling must stay here. I reckon that Lin Ling was able to escape from the underworld blood sea because of the protection of the Tao realm. This time, he won't be able to escape. Lien Luton, stay by my side. Lin Ling is here for you. If you don't leave, he won't escape. The Bone King Sealer waved his robe and kept giving orders. When the gods of the underworld heard this, they formed complicated seals and began to summon the underworld blood sea. Generally speaking, to summon the underworld blood sea, everyone had to work together. However, a few of them had been killed earlier. In addition, Lin Ling would not allow them to summon the blood sea as they pleased. Therefore, the Bone King Sealer decided that he would hold off Lin Ling while the others summoned the underworld blood sea. The Bone King Sealer was very sure that as long as Lin Ling's Dao reversion was still here, Lin Ling would definitely not escape. Lin Ling, come out. The longer you delay, the slimmer your chances of escaping. Seeing that everyone had begun to form seals, the Bone King Sealer spoke faintly. His eyes looked down at the white snow mountain as if he could see through Lin Ling's location. However, the vast expanse of white snow mountain was completely silent. Chapter 4850. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask Lin Ling to come out and fight. He was confident that as long as Lin Ling dared to come out, he could suppress Lin Ling and even capture him alive. Moreover, even if Lin Ling's strength was not bad and could fight against him for a while, when the blood sea of the underworld arrived, Lin Ling would still be unable to escape. This was the confidence of the Bone King Realm Sealer. But at this moment, a dark shadow finally appeared on the white snow. This shadow was very small at first, but it gradually grew bigger. It was like an ascetic, slowly walking over from afar. He wore a gray robe and held a unique sword in his hand, as though he was a heretical cultivator. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you really escaped. Seeing Lin Ling, even Letion's heart skipped a beat and he became inexplicably nervous. He was very clear that after Lin Ling escaped last time, the difficulty of capturing Lin Ling had undoubtedly increased by several times. Lin Ling, you are really powerful. However, if you want to return to the heavenly realm, you must defeat me. The Bone King Realm Sealer also stared at Lin Ling. With a wave of his hand, a huge bone knife appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. Then come and try. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he also pointed it at the Bone King Realm Sealer. This was also the first time he fought against a late-stage high god. Talent fusion, gray robe appeared. Lin Ling's footsteps paused and he disappeared on the spot. A sword seemed to have slashed down from the sky. 200 million force erupted and the eternal killing world appeared in the sword. It was as though it had slashed down the universe and it arrived in front of the Bone King Realm Sealer. Stairs. The bone knife in the Bone King Realm Sealer's hand shook violently and he swung it at the sky. With a loud boom, the snowy ground was split into two and a terrifying divine energy soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! When the sword and saber collided, it was as if two huge universes were colliding, forming a terrifying shockwave. Meanwhile, Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing down with his sword. The ferocious power of God clashed with the saber light from the bone saber. His figure slowly retreated, and the tyrant song sword continued to tremble. In terms of pure strength, Lin Ling was clearly no match for the Bone King's Realm Sealer. However, at this moment, the universe of massacre came crashing down from the tyrant's song sword. It was formless and colorless, and it could affect the Tao heart of a god. Not bad. Is this the steps of God? That's not right. It seems to be a power that's even more powerful than the divine steps. I reckon it's a magical ability from the ancient times. However, I'm from the underworld. You're dreaming if you think you can affect me with just killing. The Bone King Realm Sealer also had a powerful divine stare, and it had reached the ancient realm of the 6 great realms. This divine staircase was a dream, the Bone Dream Staircase. It could cause any divine bone to tremble and shatter. According to legend, in ancient times, there was an ancient giant god who was proficient in this type of divine staircase. With a single move, if the opponent didn't have any means to resist, all of the bones in their body would shatter. It would be as if they had entered a dreamland, and their entire body would turn into mud. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling instantly sensed that the bones in his body were about to shatter. What a powerful move! I can't block such a powerful divine staircase in addition to the power of God. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He was about to use his trump card. However, at this moment, the Bone King Realm Sealer on the ground shouted, "How is this possible?" He saw that the terrifying universe of massacre had affected his heart, causing his strength to weaken by more than 60%. Once his strength was weakened, the pressure on Lin Ling also decreased. I'm from the underworld. Why can your massacre affect me? At the same time, The Bone King Realm Sealer raised his head and looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was shocked by Lin Ling's move. His saber pointed at Lin Ling again, but this time, he didn't attack. Lin Ling also looked deeply at the Bone King Realm Sealer. He was shocked by the latter's strength. If the Eternal Massacre World hadn't affected the Bone King Realm Sealer's heart, Lin Ling would have been injured. This meant that Lin Ling had been careless and underestimated the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. All along, Lin Ling's heaven-defying strength had caused him to be complacent. Now, the Bone King Realm Sealer had taught Lin Ling a good lesson. It should be known that the current Lin Ling didn't have the protection of a Dao realm expert. If he died because of his carelessness, he would really die. To show my respect, I will fight you with all my strength. Stepping into the sky, Lin Ling pointed his sword at the Bone King Realm Sealer. On the huge sword, murderous aura was surging. So this is the universe of Massacre World. The Bone King Realm Sealer stared at Lin Ling's sword and completely understood why Lin Ling could affect him. The Bone King Realm Sealer let out a low roar. Countless bone fragments flew out from his body as if he was trying to seal this world. They rolled in all directions. I will kill you with all my strength. Under the sky full of bone fragments, the Bone King Realm Sealer said coldly. Come. Lin Ling looked behind the Bone King Realm Sealer and realized that the underworld deities were summoning the underworld blood sea. This made him know that he had to end this quickly. Pangu strike. Lin Ling let out a low roar and raised his sword up high. This was the first time he used Pangu's sky-splitting slash in the tyrannical song sword and merged it with the Eternal Massacre World. What a strange move, but what's the use of it? Underworld Great Hell. The Bone King Realm Sealer roared and activated the surrounding bone fragments, turning them into bone blades and forming the Underworld Great Hell. This was the bone-piercing hell. Ding ding dang dang. However, when the Bone King Realm Sealer wanted to interrupt Lin Ling's sword, Lin Ling shot down from the sky like a meteor and a giant. When the Bone King Realm Sealer's bone-piercing hell hit Lin Ling, it was blocked by Lin Ling. What kind of move is this? The Bone King Realm Sealer's eyes trembled. Seal, demon, seal. The Bone King Realm Sealer roared and activated an even more terrifying move. The Underworld Great Hell spun crazily and attacked Lin Ling again. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed. The space was constantly being cut and the scene of the underworld was revealed. This made Lien Letian gasp. He didn't expect Lin Ling to not be afraid of the Bone King Realm Sealer's powerful deity force. Bone King Realm Sealer, Lin Ling has a move that can ignore deity force. You have to use other moves. Lien Letian suddenly shouted. The Bone King Realm Sealer's eyes narrowed. Ignore deity force? What a heaven-defying ability! He didn't know that this was Pangu's earth-shattering strike. Sky-splitting slash. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword arrived and ruthlessly slashed down, destroying heaven and earth. This slash was different from usual. It was fused with the eternal killing world. When it ruthlessly slashed down, the entire snowy land was swept away and completely melted, turning into nothingness once again. The Bone King Realm Sealer raised his head, his eyes trembling. He didn't understand how a mere mid-god could erupt with such terrifying power. Underworld Silver Gate. An old, song-like voice rang out. The Bone King Realm Sealer had actually summoned the Underworld Gate. Moreover, it was the extremely rare Underworld Silver Gate. This was the Underworld Gate above the Bronze Gate. According to legend, if this gate didn't appear, it would definitely bring the most ancient giant god into the underworld. Chapter 4851. Silver light enveloped him as if the most ancient underworld passageway had been opened. Lin Ling's eyes stared at the underworld passageway that had suddenly opened. He sensed a vast ocean-like force attacking him, wanting to pull him into the silver door. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was as insignificant as an ant, unable to escape the power of the universe's great laws. Lin Ling's heart was shaken. However, his eyes instantly focused. The underworld's great laws of the universe wanted to subdue him, but as the master of Lin Ling's universe, why would he fear the universe's great laws? Even if he knew he was no match for them, his heart still yearned for them. What's more, he was carrying the heavenly Tao's wanted order today. Millions of gods wanted to kill him. If he were to admit defeat and fear, then it would be difficult for him to move forward in the future. He wanted to fight. Lin Ling's eyes were burning, incomparably resolute. The sword in his hand was mixed with the terrifying power of the eternal world of slaughter. It was constantly tumbling, as if millions of slaughter demons were attacking at the same time. This was the universe of slaughter, more powerful than any slaughter. It was the killing intent accumulated from killing countless people. The strength of this killing intent had even reached the stage where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was more like endless vitality. After all, the other side of slaughter was the creation of life. Of course, compared to the ultimate massacre, Lin Ling was still slightly weaker. The true ultimate massacre was the massacre of the great cosmos. Moreover, Lin Ling's slaughter came from his 8th dantian and was not personally comprehended by him. Therefore, in terms of foundation, he was ultimately weaker. Universe's 3 extremes: destruction, demon subduing destruction. Lin Ling let out another low roar. His surging soul power turned into an ocean, forming a great universe that sealed everything. A destructive soul force spread out. On the entire earth, all the gods were affected. Their souls trembled, but they could not sense any killing intent. As a result of their souls being affected, it caused the difficulty of summoning the underworld's blood sea to increase again. Lin Ling's 2 great killing moves were executed at the same time. The power was undoubtedly terrifying and shocking. Looking from the ground, the white snow had already melted, revealing a pitch-black continent. Everyone looked up and saw waves of cosmic rays pressing down like a cage. And in the middle of these rays, a sword was even more dazzling. This was also the first time Lin Ling had used Pangu's strike, Universe's 3 extremes break, and eternal killing world at the same time. Lin Ling himself didn't know how powerful it was. Is this kid truly a god? Bone King Sealer raised his head and stared at the sky. His pupils were trembling and flickering. All of a sudden, his entire body exploded, turning into bones that coiled and spiraled, gradually turning into a huge bone saber. This blade was extremely extraordinary. It was formed from the bones of countless deities, and it was enormous. It was thousands of miles long, and as it hung in the air, it released a terrifying aura from the underworld. His blade slashed towards the heavens, colliding with Lin Ling's sword of slaughter. Boom! Before the 2 terrifying attacks collided, the surrounding area was completely destroyed. Lien Ledin was too close to Bone King Sealer. He was blown away by the strong wind and buried in the ground. However, he quickly rushed out and stared at the sky with the most terrifying expression in his life. Too strong. Lin Ling's strength was simply beyond his imagination. This blade of mine, high god divine embryo. Bone King Sealer's voice exploded. Rumble. The saber and sword began to collide violently, exploding with deafening sounds. But what was surprising was that the collision of the saber and sword was extremely slow. It was as if 2 old men were fighting a slow tug of war. But in everyone's eyes, this wasn't a tug of war, but an illusion formed because the 2 attacks had gathered too much power. If one was in the middle of this collision, they would realize that the speed of the collision wasn't slow, but faster than one could imagine. Saber and sword, cosmic rays, and the silver door of the underworld. At this moment, it attracted the attention of countless people. The gods from the underworld were shocked. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they realize how terrifying Lin Ling's methods were. Most importantly, it wasn't just one method, but several methods. Not good. After the 2 forces collided for a long time, Bone King Sealer let out a low roar. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. This was because he realized that Lin Ling's strength had too many negative effects. For example, the universe of slaughter had weakened his strength. The cosmic rays had caused his soul to continue to tremble. And that sword that could split the heavens and earth made him feel like he was facing the most ancient god, opening the universe. In fact, Bone King Sealer also had a power that affected Lin Ling. However, Bone King Sealer felt that compared to his influence, Lin Ling's was weaker. For some reason, Lin Ling's foundation was incomparably solid. The negative effects on both sides were minimized. Is there a loophole? Be defeated. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were red. It was as if he was fighting against an incomparably terrifying storm. He knew very well that although he seemed to be able to fight Bone King Sealer, he was relying on his killer moves. Without these killer moves, Lin Ling would not be able to withstand Bone King Sealer's full-powered attack. This also meant that Lin Ling was fighting with his back against the wall. If all his killer moves could not defeat Bone King Sealer, Lin Ling would definitely die. Fortunately, the combination of several major moves was indeed terrifying. Bone King Sealer was injured and began to retreat. Rumble. Cracks appeared on the bone saber that he had transformed into, and it finally exploded. The silver light in the sky, which represented the oldest gate to the underworld, was slowly closing. Bone King Sealer grunted and retreated. Suddenly, a huge millstone appeared behind him and sucked all the cosmic rays into the millstone. Lin Ling's earth-shattering sword slash was instantly blocked by the millstone. This millstone seemed to be used to grind people to death. It was extremely powerful. It was probably passed down by the god of the underworld. After Bone King Sealer blocked Lin Ling's killer move, he stared at Lin Ling without saying a word. However, Lin Ling noticed that Bone King Sealer was injured and did not dare to act rashly. He secretly felt lucky. Several killer moves erupted at the same time and finally defeated Bone King Sealer. Late-stage High God was indeed amazing. Pangu Strike, absolute soul shock. Without waiting for Bone King Sealer to react, Lin Ling moved at full speed. It was as if he had pierced through the void and instantly appeared behind Bone King Sealer. Then, he grabbed Lien Ledian and flew away. Lien Ledian was still shocked by Lin Ling's thunderous moves. By the time he reacted, he had already been kidnapped. Even his voice was only halfway out. Lin Ling. As for Bone King Sealer, he stood in the same place and did not move. Only a low voice came out of his throat. My lord. At this moment, the other underworld gods stopped summoning the Blood Sea and flew toward Bone King Sealer, wanting to ask him how he was doing. Chapter 4852. Boom. The sound was like thunder, blasting everyone into silence. The Bone King Realm Sealer had his waist broken by Lin Ling? Only the Bone King Realm Sealer knew how terrifying Lin Ling's methods were. Wave after wave of thunderous attacks were unstoppable. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying through the snowstorm at a terrifying speed, disappearing and reappearing from time to time. Lien Ledian, who was captured by Lin Ling, had a drastic change in expression. He wanted to resist, but he was no match for Lin Ling. His face was pale. He did not expect to be captured by Lin Ling again. One had to know that he thought Lin Ling was dead. Now that he was captured by Lin Ling again, his fate was obvious. You, what are you trying to do? In his fear, Lien Ledian gritted his teeth and asked. When he said this, he did not realize that his voice was filled with fear. Lien Ledian, you didn't expect me to still be alive, right? Now you're asking me what I'm trying to do? What do you think I'm trying to do? Lin Ling looked back at Lien Ledian and said with a smile that did not look like a smile. Lien Lishan's body trembled and he did not dare to speak again. You secretly exposed my whereabouts, causing me to almost die several times. Now you're asking me what I'm trying to do? Also, my Dao Regression Heavenly Seat, return it. Lin Ling snatched the Dao Regression Heavenly Seat and glared at Lien Ledian. Lien Ledian did not dare to resist at all. He just lowered his head, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. Unfortunately, Lin Ling could guess that Lien Ledian must be thinking of ways to harm him. Let's find a safe place first, then think of a way to kill Lien Ledian. I can sense that a large number of gods have appeared at the place where the battle took place. They're probably here for the Heavenly Dao Arrest Order, or maybe they're Emperor Yao's men. More and more gods are gathering here. I can't stay here any longer. Lin Ling kept saying. In fact, he should leave immediately, But when he thought of Lien Ledian, he knew that if he did not deal with him, it would be useless no matter where Lin Ling ran to. At the bottom of an icy cliff, Lin Ling and his companion shot down. After Lin Ling bound Lien Lishan's soul, he immediately entered the square prison. He had to find a way to kill Lien Ledian. Even Letian was shocked when he saw Lin Ling disappear. However, he couldn't care less and quickly informed the gods of the underworld. Although he didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, this was his chance. That idiot didn't run away. Instead, he entered a square stone to cultivate. An opportunity, an enormous opportunity. Now that he has used up all of his trump cards, any high god can take his life. Come quickly. Even Letian had a way to contact the underworld deity and get the underworld deity to send experts here. And in the square prison, Lin Ling quickened his pace and arrived in front of the highest level prison cell. He hurriedly asked, "Senior Guangchengzi, is there a way to seal the world will's host body?" Guangchengzi appeared in front of the cell with green mountains and clear waters. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. Sealing the world will's host body is no small matter. This is because the world will's host body is an anomaly that surpasses the various universes. It is very, very difficult to seal it. Even if you kill it, it will be useless because it can be reincarnated. If Sir Lin Ling really wants to seal it, you can find the lunar fox of heart. I heard that this goddess has a way to seal it. However, I don't know if it is true. However, you have to be careful. This lunar fox of heart is no small matter. She can leak her power out of the prison cell. If you get too close to her, you will be in danger. Hearing Guangchengzi's words, Lin Ling's face turned anxious. He was already in a hurry and was racing against time. Now, he had to seek help from a difficult opponent. Alright. However, at this point, Lin Ling didn't have time to think about it. Moreover, if this woman called Lunar Fox of Heart could help him, then Lin Ling's power of the world would increase greatly after devouring Lien Ledian. According to Guangchengzi's instructions, Lin Ling arrived at another prison cell. This prison cell held prisoners on death row. If it wasn't for the prison being broken back then, these prisoners on death row would also be executed. Therefore, this was also a death row prison. The gods who could appear here were undoubtedly all beings with twisted minds and committed all sorts of evil deeds. It was no wonder that Guangchengzi reminded Lin Ling. When Lin Ling arrived at this prison cell, he felt a terrifying aura spreading out. It was a desolate aura. It was as if it had seen through life and death and abandoned everything. The scariest thing was that this mysterious aura could affect Lin Ling. This also meant that the aura that could affect Lin Ling's desolate aura must have reached the universe level. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling moved forward again and arrived in front of another prison cell. What shocked Lin Ling was that the person locked up in this prison cell was a delicate beauty. She looked delicate and lovely, making people want to protect her. Behind her was a tail, a white tail. Lin Ling looked at her and immediately entered the illusion. It was as if he had entered the wedding night. The person lying on the bed waiting for him was a beautiful and charming woman. This kind of charm was also at the universe level. Scram. Lin Ling felt his mouth go dry, but he remained calm. With the eternal killing world, he could turn into a merciless killing demon at any time. I didn't expect you to be a god with the massacre universe. Seeing that she couldn't tempt Lin Ling, the moon fox of heart returned to her normal state. Her eyes turned cold, and this coldness was a kind of hidden bitterness. Lin Ling looked at her and was affected again. However, he knew that this wasn't the moon fox of heart's intention. She had resentment in her. The resentment of a person was extremely powerful. The resentment of a god was even more terrifying. Lin Ling had an intuition that this woman must have been hurt by love before. Moreover, Lin Ling secretly checked the prison jade slip and realized that the moon fox of heart had reincarnated for thousands of times. Every time she reincarnated, she would be hurt by love. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a sense of sympathy for the moon fox of heart. Thousands of reincarnations, hurt by love. Betrayed by the person she loved. Killed by the person she loved. There were too many. No wonder the resentment of the moon fox of heart was so strong. The resentment quietly spread and shrouded Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body trembled. This resentment was too strong. It was so strong that it could seep out of the prison. As the lord of the square prison, Lin Ling naturally had a way to stop the resentment of the Moon Fox of Heart. He only needed to activate the prison's calamity. However, after activating the prison's calamity, it was impossible to get the help of the Moon Fox of Heart. Therefore, Lin Ling allowed the resentment to engulf him. Next, he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. The strength of the resentment was even stronger than the massacre universe. So this was the reason why the Moon Fox of Heart was so scary. Chapter 48-53. Endless resentment passed through the cell and shrouded Lin Ling. This resentment was like Lin Ling's massacre universe. It could affect the Taoist heart of a deity. Lin Ling stood in front of the cell and persisted. Sigh. Suddenly, a soft sigh came from the Moon Fox of Heart. Why is there such an infatuated person in this world? The Moon Fox of Heart slowly retracted her resentment and sighed. It was as if she knew about Yu and the rest. She also knew about Lin Ling's principles and loyalty towards love. As soon as the resentment disappeared, Lin Ling felt his body relax as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. Then, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the Moon Fox of Heart in disbelief. Why are you looking for me? The Moon Fox of Heart also looked at Lin Ling calmly. The coldness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a kind of appreciation and kindness towards a junior. Why didn't you kill me? Lin Ling asked with a frown. Guang Qingzi had said that the Moon Fox of Heart was difficult to get along with. She had the power to break out of the cell and was unfavorable to the prison warden. Therefore, it was impossible for her to let Lin Ling go. Because you are deeply in love. The Moon Fox of Heart said calmly, I can sense that you love someone deeply in your heart. Although you are not a devoted person, you are loyal and loyal. You can't bear to abandon any woman who loves you. Most importantly, Yu and you are childhood friends. You are deeply in love with her. When I see Yu, I feel as if I am looking at myself. That's why I won't kill you. This is different from my principles. I also admire people who are loyal to one person. Hearing this, Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. It was because of Yu? He couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. If it wasn't for his unwavering love for Yu, perhaps he would have been defeated today. Why are you looking for me? The Moon Fox of Heart asked Lin Ling. I want to know how to seal the world will host. Lin Ling hurriedly asked. The host of the world will is difficult to seal. You should change to another question. Moon Fox of Heart shook her head and said, Senior, this is the only problem I have right now. I hope that Senior can help me. Lin Ling was stubborn. It's very difficult to seal a world will host body. Most importantly, a world will host body can't be sealed by an ordinary person. Although you're the master of the square prison, you can't seal a world will host body. Moon Fox of Heart shook her head. Senior, I am also a host body of the world will. Now, another host body of the world will wants to harm me, so I must find a way to seal it. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Seeing that the Moon Fox of Heart kept rejecting him, Lin Ling knew he had to tell her where he came from. As expected, when the Moon Fox of Heart heard what Lin Ling said, she stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. After a while, she said solemnly, Since you are the host body of the world will, everything is different. I have a way to seal it and even make it extremely weak so that you can easily devour it. Moreover, the square prison also has the power to seal the host body of the world will. However, you can't seal it for too long. What you need to do now is to find the 7 Dao Jiosha body and take their souls back. That will do. The Moon Fox of Heart kept talking. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. 7 Dao Jiosha body? The so-called 9 Dao Jiosha body is the body of the greatest sacrifice. You have to kill a good person who has sacrificed everything for the people around you and take their souls. Good person? That's right. They are good people. Do I have to kill such a person? Lin Ling looked a little troubled. Although he wasn't a soft-hearted person, he still couldn't kill a good person. A good person, the 9 Dao Jiosha body, sacrificing everything for the universe. Only their souls can seal the host body of the world will. Moreover, you don't have to worry too much. Since the 9 Dao Jiosha body can sacrifice itself for the universe, it can also sacrifice everything for you. I have a feeling that although you are the host body of the world will, you will protect the entire universe in the future and not destroy it. The moon fox of heart looked at Lin Ling calmly as if she could see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he didn't know if he could protect the entire universe in the end. This was because he only had one goal, which was to protect his family and friends. He didn't plan to protect the entire universe. A person who can persevere for a lifetime for love and protect it will never abandon the universe. Based on this, I believe you. The moon fox of heart said again. I hope so. Lin Ling sighed and finally accepted the truth. Although killing the 9 Dao Jiosha body made him feel uneasy, he felt relieved when he thought about how it was all for the sake of the entire universe. Thank you, Senior. I'll teach you the sealing method. Go. The moon fox of heart waved her hand. Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed before turning to leave. The moon fox of heart also left the symbol of the 9 Dao Jiosha body in Lin Ling's body so that Lin Ling could find the 9 Dao Jiosha body. You're different from him. If he was like you back then, I might not have died. Therefore, I'm sure that you're definitely not like him. After Lin Ling left, the moon fox of heart muttered to herself. The resentment in her eyes deepened. On the other side, when Lin Ling appeared, he first noticed that Lien Ledian was still standing there with a sneer on his face. Obviously, he must have secretly informed the people of the underworld to come. Get over here! Lin Ling shouted as he grabbed Lien Ledian and threw him into the square prison. Lin Ling, where is this place? Let me go! A prison cell? Why is there a prison cell on you? Lin Ling, what secret are you hiding? But it doesn't matter. You're dead meat. Haha, continue to run if you dare. As long as I'm alive, you won't be able to escape. Although Lien Ledian was imprisoned in the prison by Lin Ling, he was not afraid at all. It was as if he was certain that Lin Ling would be defeated. You won't be happy for long. After realizing that Lien Ledian was imprisoned in the prison cell, Lin Ling sneered. He controlled the calamity and continued to torture Lien Ledian. Then he ran into the distance. Sure enough, after he disappeared for an hour, a large number of gods arrived. These gods were extremely powerful. After they appeared, they looked down coldly at the ice cliff. He escaped again. He shouldn't be too far away. Moreover, there's someone else with him. This person has a way to spread Lin Ling's whereabouts. Even if Lin Ling can escape this time, we'll definitely be able to catch him next time. Chase, the god said coldly. Then, they flew in another direction. At this moment, Lin Ling was running wildly. He knew that there were many people chasing after him. However, Lin Ling was sure that the pursuers would not be able to find him in a short period of time. Chapter 4854. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void of the universe, his eyes looking at the vast universe. Then he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was standing on a street, looking indifferently at an old man. The old man looked like a beggar. His clothes were tattered and he was extremely skinny. The people around him crossed the street and stared at the old man with sympathy in their eyes. In the end, they put down some food, sighed, and left. The old man used to be the richest man in the city. He was kind and generous and often helped others. Later, his wife could not stand it and colluded with others to rob the old man of his wealth. However, the old man was still kind in the face of such a situation. He could not bear to fall out with his wife. In consideration of their decades of marriage, he gave all his wealth to his wife, but he ended up as a beggar. It could be said that the old man was a true philanthropist. He spent most of his life helping others, but in exchange, his wife and children were separated and he ended up wandering the streets. Jiosha body. On the street, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the miserable old man. He did not expect the Lin Ling universe to have a Jiosha body. It seemed that as the Lin Ling universe gradually grew, there were more and more mortals. The Josha body was a great philanthropist who had given everything for 99 lifetimes. Only they had this kind of power that could suppress the world will's host. I promise you that when I, Lin Ling, laugh proudly in the universe, I'll return everything to you and help you become a god. With a thought, Lin Ling suddenly appeared in front of the old man and said indifferently. The old man looked up at Lin Ling with a wry smile. He did not know Lin Ling's purpose for coming here. He thought that Lin Ling was here to mock him. The people around felt the same. They thought that Lin Ling was adding insult to injury. However, after Lin Ling shook his head, he suddenly slashed with his sword. The sword cut through the old man's neck. The entire street was in shock. Moneybags Chen was already miserable enough. He had been reduced to a beggar, but this person who came out of nowhere killed him. Why did you kill Moneybags Chen? Someone pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. His anger was boiling. The others also looked at Lin Ling with righteous indignation. He must die. Lin Ling didn't even look at the crowd. He activated the sealing technique and took away Moneybags Chen's soul. God, why did you kill me? Moneymaker Chen's soul was trembling. He was afraid of Lin Ling, but he also wanted to know why Lin Ling wanted to kill him. End your never-ending benevolence and give you a chance to become a god. Lin Ling didn't explain much as he brought Moneybags Chen's soul into the square prison. Moneymaker Chen's soul trembled inexplicably as he suddenly understood the principle of karma. Today, Lin Ling killed him as the cause, and in the future, Lin Ling helped him become a god as the effect. Thank you. He gradually disappeared into the square prison. You want to leave just like that? When the people around saw that Lin Ling was about to leave, they all wanted to stop Lin Ling. They wanted to seek justice for Moneybags Chen. Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling erupted with a powerful aura, causing everyone to fly backward in shock. He could see that the people around him were very angry at him. However, when the 9-Shi body was reduced to a beggar, they didn't actually help him. They only gave him some food occasionally. With that help alone, Lin Ling didn't think that they had the right to speak for the 9-Shi body. Next, Lin Ling looked for the next 9-Shi body. The next 9-Shi body was a little girl. She was loved by everyone. She was kind and pure, and she was like a little angel. That day was also her birthday. However, Lin Ling appeared and killed the little girl with a slash of his sword. Then he left. This also caused everyone to curse Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling was too vicious. How could he kill such a little girl? Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and showed no mercy. Although these people were good people and innocent people, they were all innocent people. Lin Ling was determined in his heart. When he had the strength to surpass the world's will in the future, he would repay the kindness of these people one by one. Next, the third 9-Shi body, the fourth, and the fifth. As time passed, Lin Ling finally gathered all the 9-Shi bodies. Then he entered the Dao Tower. After checking it out, he ran wildly again. Although there weren't any powerful gods around, Lin Ling felt that danger wasn't far from him. After running all the way, Lin Ling was getting farther and farther away from the Dao Tower. Next, he entered the square prison. Lin Ling, run. If you have the ability, run. This time, let's see how you escape. In the square prison, Lian Ledin had been ravaged by the prison's great calamity. After seeing Lin Ling, he was obviously stunned. However, he was going all out. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him anyway. Let me tell you, the gods of the underworld are coming. You have nowhere to run, ha. Lian Ledin laughed louder and louder. Lin Ling stood in front of the prison cell and looked at Lian Ledin indifferently without saying a word. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. You're just a mid-level god, but you can hurt a late-level high god. If you step into the realm of high gods, then no one among the high gods can suppress you. Unfortunately, your strength has been exposed. The heavenly Tao has issued a wanted order, and the underworld will hunt you down. Let's see if you can escape. Well, I'll give you a chance. Let me go quickly and I'll spare your life. Lian Ledin thought that Lin Ling was afraid and sneered again and again. Lin Ling remained silent. Lian Ledin kept talking as if he was venting his anger. He laughed louder and louder, but after laughing for a long time, he finally frowned. This was because Lin Ling didn't say a word. This made him feel like he had punched cotton, and he couldn't exert any force. Lin Ling, shouldn't you say something? Lien Letin stared at Lin Ling and said with a frown, "Are you done?" At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. "Lien Letin, I came here to see you being arrogant and proud of yourself in the end. Unfortunately, this face can only make me laugh. It can't make me angry at all. You might think that I don't dare to kill you, but unfortunately, you think too much. I've found a way to subdue you." Lin Ling walked towards the prison cell step by step. He looked calm, but he gave Lien Letin a huge sense of pressure. "Nonsense, you can't subdue me at all, unless you kill me. But what's the use? I can reincarnate," Lien Letin said with a guilty conscience. "Then you'll see." A mysterious light appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the Jiosha body, and he suddenly threw it into the prison cell. Boom! This light seemed to be the size of a fist, but when it landed on Lien Lishan's body, it made his whole body tremble. It was as if ice had met fire and quietly melted. What kind of power is this? Lien Letin sensed that the power of the world's will hidden in the depths was now wrapped in a light and was constantly being compressed. Chapter 4855. Boom! Lien Lishan's body trembled once again as his flesh and blood began to melt. It was incomparably terrifying. "Why, Lin Ling, why do you have such means? Where did you get them?" "Impossible. I'm the host body of the world's will. No one has ever been able to seal me." "No!" Lien Lishan's voice became weaker and more panicked. "Oh no." His mind was blank. This was because the host body of the world's will would not die. Even if it died, it would be reincarnated. It could be said that it would never die. But now, he felt a sense of death. "Lien Letin, you should rejoice because you will be the first host body of the world's will that I, Lin Ling, devour." While Lien Letin was still in a daze, a thunderous voice pierced his soul. "Devour? Host bodies of the world's will could devour each other." Lien Letin knew this better than anyone else, but in all these years, no host body of the world's will had succeeded in devouring the other. Was Lin Ling going to be the first? And was he going to be the first host body of the world's will to help someone else? Lin Ling did not care about his painful wails. Light continued to appear in his hand, and he struck out fiercely. "I beg you, spare me." By the time the 8th Jiosha body's soul struck out, Lien Lishan's body had already dissipated, leaving behind only a ball of yellow light that emitted a weak voice. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally stopped. He held the 9th Jiosha body's soul in his hand and looked indifferently at his palm. "I'll take your life. I'll definitely do what I promised you," Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was because the last Jiosha body's soul actually came from a god. After saying this, he struck out the light in his palm fiercely. A whimpering sound was heard, and Lien Letin completely quieted down. Only a ball of yellow light was left floating in the cell. This ball of light looked extremely ordinary, like the light of a candle. However, Lin Ling knew that this was the host body of the world's will. He was also the first person among the 9 world will hosts to be beaten back to his original form. The yellow light was like a candle, but Lin Ling could see the ancient nebula churning within the light. He could faintly sense the might of the creation of heaven and earth. The will of the world, in reality, was also a powerful consciousness that had created the world. "Can I devour it just like that?" Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the ball of light. Then, he raised his hand and the yellow light floated over and landed in Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling carefully examined the light. At first, he didn't notice anything strange, but gradually he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if the yellow light and Lin Ling were one. "As expected, I am also a host body of the world will." Lin Ling's heart rumbled. He was extremely shocked. Although Lin Ling knew that he was the host body of the world's will, he had never been able to use this power. Therefore, Lin Ling had always held a skeptical attitude. But now, he was deeply aware of it. World will hosts devour each other, and even Letin is the yellow world will host body. Then what about me? Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering as he constantly sensed the world will in his body. Gradually, that vague feeling became clearer. He also let go of his whole body and fully comprehended. At the same time, the yellow light in his palm followed his palm and quietly disappeared into his body. What shocked Lin Ling was that the yellow light followed his limbs and bones, followed his dantian, and finally reached the depths of his soul. Moreover, this was the deepest part. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul heard a deafening roar. It was incomparably terrifying, as if the world was being created in Lin Ling's soul. The power of my world's will is actually in my soul. No wonder I can't sense it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He wanted to control the power of the world's will in the depths of his soul. However, he could only sense it but not control it. However, he could clearly feel that this power was incomparably strong. It was stronger than his soul force, physical body, and everything else. Could it be that the reason why my soul force is increasing so quickly is because I have the power of the world's will? Lin Ling felt as if he was looking at a treasure sword hidden in his body. Once this treasure sword came out, it could cut the world apart and was omnipotent. However, he could only see the treasure sword but couldn't use it. How strange. Why do I feel that this power is continuously becoming stronger? Constantly sensing his soul, Lin Ling suddenly frowned because he could sense that there was an invisible power surging from all directions and disappearing into the world's will. And this power was incomparably mysterious. It was as if it was constantly nourishing the world's will, but he couldn't sense it at all. If not for Lin Ling being able to sense his world's will, perhaps he wouldn't be able to sense it at all. What is this power? Where did it come from? No, within this power, I can actually sense a lot of familiar feelings. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, after carefully sensing it, his face finally changed dramatically. Because he found that most of this power came from the Jiuzhou Void, from the Lin Ling universe. Most importantly, Lin Ling also sensed that this power came from many people he knew, such as the Lei Gong Palace and the martial artists of the Jiuzhou Void. This is the power of faith. Suddenly, Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He completely knew what this power was. Because in the Jiuzhou Void and the Lin Ling universe, countless people worshipped and revered Lin Ling, treating him as a pillar and a legend in their hearts. Therefore, it formed an extremely strange power. If this power was alone, it was insignificant. However, when it was gathered together, it was a different story. The power of faith could actually be said to be the power of incense. In ancient times, there were gods who built temples in the mortal world and made millions of people kneel down to worship them in order to accumulate the power of faith. It was said that if enough power of faith was gathered, one could become the most ancient god. The power of gods is indeed endless. There is divine origin, divine power, divine steps, and even ancient superpowers. The power of faith is probably a power that surpasses superpowers. Now, I have divine power, divine steps, ancient superpowers, and divine power of faith. It's a pity that I can't control this power of faith. I can only let it continue to grow stronger. I only hope that in the future, I can completely control it. Lin Ling was inexplicably excited. Although he couldn't control this power of faith now, at least this power was constantly growing stronger, and that was enough. Now that I've refined Lian Ledian, it's time to leave this place. After a long time, Lin Ling left the cell and went to Guang Chengzi's cell. Guang Chengzi seemed to know that Lin Ling was coming. He had been waiting there for a long time. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Swallowed?" Chapter 4856. Oh, then what is it? What color is the world will's power? Master Guangqing asked curiously with a shocked expression. Lin Ling shook his head. I can only roughly sense the world will's power, and this power is constantly changing colors, so I can't find out what color it is. After a pause, Lin Ling said, but I can sense that this is the power of faith. Faith, this is also the power of incense. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, it seems that your world will's power is very impressive. Master Guangqing's body trembled when he heard this. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was staring at the future giant god of the universe. There are many types of world will hosts. According to legend, there are devouring, passing on, and so on. Each has its own merits, but your faith is a method of the most ancient giant god. With the power of faith gathered in your body, you can represent the entire universe. If you can make this power of faith grow stronger, you will definitely become a giant god in the universe in the future. You will be able to establish a sect and pass down countless disciples. Anything is possible. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he had also guessed this point. However, he smiled bitterly and said, "Although that's the case, I can't control this power of mine at all. I can only sense it." Take it slow. There will always be a time when you gain something, Guang Chengzi advised with a smile. At the same time, he reminded him, now that you've devoured a world will host body, the remaining 7 world will host bodies should be able to sense it. You must be careful. You must not spread this matter, not even to your closest kin. But Lin Ling nodded heavily. Then, he exchanged a few words with Master Guangqing and left the square prison. At the same time, in the distant chaos realm, an old man muttered to himself, "I can sense that there is one less host body of the world will in this universe. And it is not reincarnated, but has completely disappeared." He closed his eyes slightly as if sensing something. After a while, he opened his eyes, his brows tightly knitted together. "I can't detect it. Could it be that a world will host has devoured a host? It's finally here." The old man's eyes flickered, and on the other side, a massive giant floated in the endless void. His eyes were closed, as if he had vanished from the universe. "It's Lin Ling." This giant's voice was like the might of the heavens, and it seemed like he had discovered something. His eyes finally opened. It was as if he could see through the endless space and time and land on a man. Have they finally activated the mutual devouring? His voice was as deep as thunder, and it actually caused the universe around him to collapse continuously. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. At this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to the outside world. He gazed into the distance, and for some reason, he could sense that a large number of gods had appeared in the vicinity and were converging in his direction. "He's probably looking for me." Lin Ling smiled. When he was devouring Lien Letin in the square prison, the gods in the surrounding area must have been searching for him. Of course, although Lin Ling was far away from these gods, for some unknown reason, he seemed to be able to sense the power of the world will. Somehow, he also felt a little more. Let's leave this place first. Now that Lin Ling had recovered all of his trump cards, he was no longer afraid of those powerhouses. However, he had something important to do now. This was because the owner of the last body that had been possessed was a god, and he had appeared in the Jojo Void. He was an extremely ancient god who had been isolated from the world. In fact, when Lin Ling was still very weak, this god had helped Lin Ling in the Jojo Void. However, Lin Ling didn't know about this, and he only found out after the fact. This god was also one of the 4 great gods in the past, hiding behind the scenes and guarding the Jojo Void. The 4 great gods probably didn't know about this back then. However, for the Jiosha body, Lin Ling still killed him. After that god found out about Lin Ling's origins, he didn't hesitate and was decisively killed by Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling also agreed to do something for him. It was the thing he wanted to end the most in his life, and that was to kill someone. This person was in the Tao Pagoda, under the North Pole Emperor, and was also the greatest enemy of that god. When the great calamity of the worlds will came, this person had a great enmity with that god. Unfortunately, when the great calamity of the worlds will came, this enemy died in the calamity, and this god survived. This god couldn't die in peace because he couldn't kill his enemy with his own hands. He had hated him for thousands of years. "Xiao Yexing, right? I'm coming to find you." Staring into the distance, Lin Ling put on his cloak and slowly left. Xiao Yexing was this god's enemy, and they were father and son. Xiao Yexing was the son, and that god was the father. Walking forward, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. This time, he was heading in the direction of the Tao Pagoda. "Lin Ling, is that you?" While moving forward, someone also doubted Lin Ling and stopped him to ask, "So what if it's me? Do you think you can kill me?" Lin Ling killed his opponent with a single slash and then went into stealth again. Of course, Lin Ling also took away the other party's Tao regression heavenly position. After a long time, the god who had been killed before returned. After all, he still had the chance to be protected by the Tao realm. Lin Ling, return my Tao regression heavenly position. This god kept roaring as he sensed his Tao regression heavenly position. Then he chased after Lin Ling. His Tao regression heavenly position. If he didn't get it back in a few hours, then all the Tao realm fragments he had obtained would belong to Lin Ling. Moreover, he would be forced to leave the Tao realm. He had entered the Tao pagoda with great difficulty, so how could he be chased away by Lin Ling? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was already far away. After experiencing several waves of pursuit, Lin Ling was no longer the same as when he first came to the Tao pagoda. Coupled with the fact that he could sense the world's will, he was more confident. He sensed the gods surrounding him and flew in another direction to avoid being surrounded by the gods with the greatest number of them. Lin Ling. Of course, on the way, there were gods who met Lin Ling and asked suspiciously, "Your Excellency, are you also looking for Lin Ling?" "Me too. TSK 300 million Tao realm fragments, I wonder who can get it?" Lin Ling said with a smile. Alas, I only knew that Lin Ling was in this area, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to find. Moreover, there are so many people looking for him. It seems that finding him is like finding a needle in a haystack. When the god heard Lin Ling say this, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the person in front of him was not Lin Ling. It's indeed difficult to kill him, but it's actually very simple to find him. Lin Ling said with a smile. His words made the god's eyes light up. He thought that Lin Ling had a way and immediately asked, "Your Excellency, do you know the whereabouts of Lin Ling?" "I am Lin Ling." Chapter 4857. Just like that, Lin Ling left the west side of the Tao pagoda. He was not in a hurry to go to the Yellow Emperor. Instead, he inquired about the North Pole Emperor along the way. Meanwhile, in the west side of the Tao pagoda, there were still a large number of gods looking for Lin Ling. It was chaos. Unfortunately, no one knew that Lin Ling had quietly left. Moreover, during this trip to the west side of the Tao pagoda, Lin Ling had obtained a large number of Tao realm fragments. As long as he obtained a few more, he would have enough capital to break through. As he moved forward, the number of people who knew Lin Ling became fewer and fewer. After a long time, the weather began to become hot. Yellow sand filled the sky, and from time to time, divine fire would soar into the sky. It was incomparably frightening. The whole world swayed as if it were an illusion. The scenery could no longer be seen clearly from 1,000 miles away. The dense fog swayed. What a strange place. The west is so cold, but this place is so hot. According to Huaxia, it's probably tens of thousands of degrees. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly as he stepped on the scorching hot sand. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a wisp of sand floated into his palm. Before he clenched his fist, a burst of divine fire gushed out of his palm. This divine fire was extremely powerful. If it could be refined, it would be of great help to gods. Unfortunately, this divine fire would not be of much help to a superior god. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Ling threw away the sand in his hand and continued forward. Boom! At the same time, a 5-meter-wide fire snake soared into the sky from the left. It circled around in the air, looked at Lin Ling fiercely, and then rushed into the sky. This was a fire snake formed by the scorching divine fire, but it had already become a spirit. Seeing that Lin Ling had avoided its attack, it left. If one was hit by this divine fire, even an early-stage superior god would be injured. Of course, superior gods were powerful enough to avoid the divine fire. Therefore, no matter how powerful the divine fire was, if it could not touch a person, then everything was empty talk. There are few gods around here. Someone is collecting divine fire in the distance. There's actually a valley in that direction, and many gods have gathered there. Lin Ling's gaze looked around and finally landed in a certain direction. With a step, he sank into the hot sand. Divine essence wrapped around his body as he moved forward along the sand. Although the temperature of the sand was even hotter, moving under the sand allowed them to avoid the attacks of the fire snakes and save a lot of time. Rumble. It was as if Lin Ling had transformed into a fiery serpent as he advanced, causing all the gods he encountered to furrow their brows and evade him. In their eyes, the tremors underground were so great that it was most likely due to a gigantic fiery serpent. Not long after, the valley appeared before his eyes. Before he even entered, a wave of coolness swept over him. This caused Lin Ling to rush out from the sand and walk towards the valley. This valley was very vast, like an ancient city in the middle of a desert. In the valley, a large number of gods were gathered, exchanging information they needed. There's a fire scorpion demigod under the desert. In the primal chaos realm, many gods are looking for this thing. If you can catch it, you can probably exchange it for some good treasures. It's very difficult to find traces of the fire scorpion demigod, but you can use Tao realm fragments to exchange for it. I reckon that as long as the price of Tao realm fragments is right, there should be people willing to trade with you. Xiahou Banqing, is there any good news recently? There's no good news, just that a few gods have entered the Dao Pagoda. However, if you want more Tao realm fragments, it's best if you go and kill wanted criminals. Wanted criminals are too difficult to kill. Sun, moon, star, heaven, earth, and man rankings. None of them are easy to deal with. I heard that a god went to kill Poison Elder of the 3 pure ones on the earth rankings, but in the end, they were all annihilated. Even a superior god was no exception. It was difficult for him to escape death. How stupid! Who told you to kill wanted criminals in the tunnels? Can't you kill sun, moon, and star instead? Whispers could be heard, causing the cool valley to suddenly become hot and dry. As for the gods hidden in every corner, they seemed to not care about anything, but in fact, they were secretly collecting information. Most of the gods who came here were here for the Dao Pagoda, and Tao realm fragments were indispensable to enter the Dao Pagoda. Therefore, they were thinking of ways to obtain more Tao realm fragments. After Lin Ling entered the valley, his eyes flashed slightly. He saw the significance of the valley's existence. However, in the valley, Lin Ling also sensed a few powerful auras. He estimated that they were the strength of late-stage superior gods. Moreover, there were gods, demons, and even demons here. It seemed to be a good place to gather information. A newcomer is here. Suddenly, a deity whose entire body was enveloped in black mist looked at Lin Ling with indifference. This god was very mysterious. There was a black crow on his shoulder. The crow was also staring strangely at Lin Ling, its eyes blood red. Seeing this god staring at Lin Ling, many people suddenly fell silent. This was because everyone knew that the god was the evil crow god, who had been extremely famous in ancient times. Later on, in the era of the gods, he had established a sect and passed down countless demons. Everyone was afraid of him. However, after the great calamity of the world's will, this god had fallen and disappeared without a trace. The evil crow god stared indifferently at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to attack Lin Ling. After all, this place was chaotic. Killing and robbing were common occurrences. Next, the black mist began to roll and surge toward Lin Ling. However, at this moment, the black crow let out a shrill cry. As soon as the cry fell, the evil crow god, who was about to make a move, immediately stopped. Then he floated in another direction. He seemed to be extremely afraid of Lin Ling. Not only did he not choose to attack, but he also fled. Everyone was shocked. They had also seen that the god who had suddenly appeared was very unfamiliar. He did not seem to be a famous god. The evil crow god was famous for his ferocity, so he should not be afraid of him. Most importantly, the evil crow god did not even fight before he left. This meant that this unfamiliar god's strength was extremely terrifying, so much so that the evil crow god did not dare to provoke him. And the thing that warned the evil crow god was obviously that black crow. For a moment, no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked slowly. When he reached the end of the street, he looked at a god and said, "If I want to obtain the Tao realm fragment, who can provide me with the information?" Tai soul stealing. The god frowned at first, But when he thought of the evil crow god, he finally told the truth. Then he flicked his sleeves and left. Obviously, it was humiliating for him to answer Lin Ling's words humbly. All the gods present were famous gods. They were arrogant and had to be humble. It was no wonder that they were in a bad mood. In a restaurant, it was lively and noisy. All the gods were drinking divine wine. They were very happy. However, at this moment Lin Ling walked in. His gaze swept across the entire restaurant and he said coldly, "Who is Tai's soul stealing?" Chapter 4858. His voice was quite loud, and the entire restaurant fell silent. All of the gods furrowed their brows. Who was this? How rude. Couldn't he see that they were drinking? They were all glaring at Lin Ling, as if they wanted to do something to Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling continued to ask as if he didn't see them, "Who is the Tai soul snatcher?" He was looking down on all of the gods with an extremely arrogant attitude. However, all of the gods fell silent this time. They had all thought that Lin Ling couldn't tell who was stronger and who was weaker. However, he still dared to act so arrogantly even though he knew that they were enraged. This was a little strange. Unless he was extremely confident in his own power, who would dare to do something like this? "What do you want?" Finally, a voice sounded. A white-haired elderly man in a Tai robe looked at Lin Ling from the corner of the restaurant. "How about we make a deal?" Lin Ling spoke with a straight face. "Sure." A smile appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this. He strode out of the restaurant, and Lin Ling followed closely behind him. The two of them walked out of the valley and arrived at the scorching desert outside. The Tai soul snatcher finally stopped and turned to look at Lin Ling. "What kind of deal do you want to make? Please put away that gourd under the desert before making a deal. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying it." Lin Ling didn't reply. Instead, he spoke in a cold voice. The elderly man's eyes flashed slightly upon hearing this. He didn't think that this person would be able to see through his ploy. He nodded and withdrew his trump card. "My apologies, I was too cautious. Tell me, what kind of deal do you want?" "I want to find someone, Emperor Ziwei." "Emperor Ziwei? That's not very difficult to find. What do you want in return?" "I want to find Emperor Ziwei's subordinate, Xiao Yexing." "Sir, that's 2 questions, but you're lucky. I know where both of them are, but you'll have to pay me double," the old man said calmly. After all Lin Ling needed to do was find Xiao Yexing. However, he was afraid that this Tai soul-seizing immortal wouldn't know who Xiao Yexing was, which was why he had mentioned Emperor Ziwei. "I don't need to know the whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei." Lin Ling's brows furrowed. "No, if you don't want any information on Emperor Ziwei, then I won't sell any information on Xiao Yexing either." The old man shook his head. Not only did they raise the price, they were also forcing them to sell. Lin Ling's gaze instantly turned cold, but he nodded. "All right, what do you want?" 30 million Dao realm fragments. The old man said matter-of-factly. However, the price he was offering was astronomical. If it had been any other god, they would have definitely turned around and left in anger. "Of course, it's fine if you want to cancel the deal, but you have to give me 1 million Dao state fragments because you made me follow you out and wasted my time." As if he was afraid that Lin Ling would turn around and leave, the old man said again. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at him, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes became more and more pronounced. "All right, I can give you 300 million Dao state fragments." Lin Ling finally spoke, and his words caused the old man's eyes to narrow. 300 million? One had to realize that the old man had already decided that if this guy couldn't produce 30 million Dao state fragments, then he could lower the price to 10 million. Who would have thought that this guy would actually agree to 300 million Dao state fragments? "Are you messing with me?" The old man was in disbelief. "Do you think I have the time to play with you? Don't worry, I promise you that after the deal, I'll give you 300 million Dao state fragments. Moreover, it's right in front of you." Lin Ling said. "All right." The old man's eyes flashed. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling playing any tricks. After all, Lin Ling was only a mid-level god. No matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength. This jade talisman records the whereabouts of the North Pole Emperor and Xiao Yesheng. Now, give me 300 million Dao state fragments. A jade talisman appeared in the old man's hand. It recorded the places he had been to and everything he had seen, including the whereabouts of the North Pole Emperor. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded and said coldly, originally, according to the rules, I only needed to give you 30 million Dao state fragments. But now, I've given you 300 million, so I can't give you the Dao state fragments that I have. However, I can give you a piece of information. It's fair to exchange information for information. Then, without waiting for the old man's anger, he said again, the heavenly Dao wants Lin Ling. I know where he is. As long as you kill him, you can get 300 million Dao state fragments. You really know? The old man was angry at first, but when he heard the two words, Lin Ling, his eyes trembled and he became a little excited. Lin Ling was the latest heavenly Dao wanted poster. He had once caused a stir in the entire Dao pagoda. After all, the reward was too many Dao state fragments. Lin Ling is right in front of you. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling said coldly. The old man's expression changed drastically. Moreover, the Tai soul snatching on the daily roll should be you, right? You're worth 30 million Dao state fragments. Lin Ling said again. You? How do you know where I came from? This time, the old man's eyes trembled fiercely. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that the 300 million Dao state fragments are right in front of you. This is the information I'm giving you. We don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling ignored the old man and turned to leave. On the other hand, the old man stared fixedly at Lin Ling's back, and in the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth and chuckled. Lin Ling, I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. I'll kindly accept your 300 million Dao realm fragments. After saying that, he immediately pounced on Lin Ling. However, as soon as he got close to Lin Ling, an extremely terrifying cosmic ray arrived and sealed away the old man's soul. Idiot! Lin Ling scoffed in disdain as he witnessed the old man's indignant death. Lin Ling had already wanted to kill the old man when he was trying to force a deal. Moreover, he had guessed that this old man was actually one of Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. However, Lin Ling didn't attack. Instead, he turned around and left because he knew that the old man wouldn't let him go. And that was indeed the case. Tai soul snatching, worth 30 million Dao state fragments. It's a pity that I can't exchange his head for Dao state fragments. After that, Lin Ling put away the old man's Dao regression tablet. After inspecting it, Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. This Dao regression tablet contained 30 million Dao state fragments. Moreover, Lin Ling saw a mysterious talisman on the old man's body. After Lin Ling used his soul power and the enchantment barrier to decipher the talisman, he discovered that the talisman recorded the locations of all of Emperor Ziwei's Dao state fragments. These Dao state fragments were safeguarded by 7 people, and each of them had 100 million Dao state fragments. One of them was Xiao Yesheng. This Tai soul snatching is indeed a seller of information. He even managed to obtain such information. He's probably also looking for a suitable seller. Chapter 4859. After checking the token, Lin Ling disappeared into the desert. The heavenly Dao arrest order made Lin Ling a target of scorn. He had to constantly hide his identity, but once he became a high god, the number of people who could threaten him would decrease by half. Therefore, he was determined to obtain Xiao Yesheng's Dao fragment. However, Xiao Yesheng was responsible for protecting Emperor Ziwei's Dao fragment, so his strength must be extraordinary. Perhaps Lin Ling would have to use all of his trump cards to kill him. Moreover, Lin Ling had to kill him as quickly as possible. After all, if the battle dragged on for too long and Emperor Ziwei arrived, things would become troublesome. Pill Mountain, this was the place recorded on the token. Back in the day, Xiao Yesheng was also a pill refiner under Emperor Ziwei, and his seniority was incomparably high. I don't know what happened between Xiao Yesheng and his father that made his father want to kill him. Generally speaking, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. After a long time, Lin Ling was also getting closer and closer to Pill Mountain. Pill Mountain was located at the intersection of the west and north of the Dao Pagoda. Here, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and there were green mountains and clear waters. It was very suitable for gods to open up cultivation caves. Of course, in the Dao Pagoda, the places with rich spiritual energy had already been occupied by various gods. Otherwise, those great demons and great demons would not be hiding in places of extreme heat and extreme cold. The fact that Pill Mountain was built here was proof of Emperor Ziwei's might. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw that under the endless green mountains, there were a large number of gods hiding and cultivating in their own residences. These gods were probably all under Emperor Ziwei's tomb. It would undoubtedly be difficult for Lin Ling to kill Xiao Yesheng here. Among the mountains, there was one that was the most dazzling. It was like a gourd lying on the ground, and that was Pill Mountain. Pill Mountain was a divine mountain, and it was the favorite place of the gods in the surrounding area. This was because not every god was a pill refiner, and they also needed the assistance of pills in their cultivation. Of course, the truly powerful ancient gods did not need pills. They only needed cultivation treasures. Quick, catch him! All of a sudden, a voice came from the front. Then flying swords flew across the sky. A few gods stepped on their flying swords and rushed forward as if they were searching for something. They were all wearing the same wide divine robes with a huge gourd embroidered on the back. After that, Lin Ling checked the surroundings again. He immediately discovered that in the dense forest on the ground, a mysterious force was moving quickly. Moreover, it was underground. This method was quite impressive. Even Lin Ling had to carefully investigate before he could feel it, because Lin Ling relied on the power of the world's will to sense it. His soul power could only give him a rough idea. Lin Ling's world will contain the power of faith. Ever since his awakening, Lin Ling had gained a deeper understanding of this world. Before this, he had used this understanding to escape from the west of the Dao Pagoda. As for this mysterious power, Lin Ling didn't quite understand it either. He could only guess that it was a kind of divination power. A rabbit, what does that mean? After investigating the object moving quickly underground, Lin Ling was even more suspicious. After pondering for a moment, he quietly sneaked over to see what was going on. Over there, chase. Those gods had obviously come to catch the rabbit, but they had lost it and were chasing in another direction. After a long time, in a dense forest, a rabbit slowly crawled out. This rabbit was extremely cute. Its whole body was white, and its ears moved slightly. It was full of spirituality. The rabbit sensed the surroundings for a moment. After seeing that there was nothing strange, it quietly turned into a woman. This woman was also very cute. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were exquisite. Although she was not tall, she gave people a feeling of daintiness. I've escaped. The woman couldn't help but smile. Is that so? Do you really think Taoist Xiao is an idiot? He'll let you escape. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the forest. Following that, several old men slowly walked out of the light. They held ropes in their hands. After forming a seal, one could see that the rope was actually connected to the woman. The woman's ankles had long been tied up by the rope. It was with this rope that the old men found the woman's whereabouts. God-binding rope, you're so despicable. The woman looked down at her legs and suddenly cursed angrily. Lin Yuetu, you've already agreed to marry Taoist Xiao. Why go back on your word? The old men said coldly. Who said I'm going to marry that old man? I'm just here to ask for a pill. You tied me up and then want me to marry Taoist Xiao. You're shameless. The more the woman spoke, the angrier she became. She stomped her feet fiercely. It's useless to say more. Come back with us. The old men ignored the woman's anger and said coldly. Then, they pulled the rope, wanting to bring the woman into the light. Let go of me. I'm from the Moon Palace. If you dare touch me, the Moon Fairy will never let you off. The woman kept struggling. It's no longer the era of the gods. The Moon Palace is nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, the old men were still indifferent. However, at that moment, a sword slashed at them. Bang! Bang, bang. 3 of the old men were killed by a single slash. The terrifying killing power was not something they could resist at all. The remaining 2 were stronger, but they were only temporarily immortal. Most importantly, they were clearly protected by Dao realm experts. "Sir, how dare you interfere in the matters of the North Pole Emperor?" They shouted angrily. "I even dared to kill his son, let alone such a trivial matter." The person who came sneered and activated a powerful cosmic ray to directly kill the 2 old men. Even the protection of Dao realm experts was useless. Thump. The 2 old men fell, and the forest fell silent again. Only the woman looked at the corpses on the ground in disbelief. Then her expression changed, and she stared cautiously in a certain direction. She wanted to immediately run away. "Where can you run to? If Xiao Yesheng doesn't die, he will catch you sooner or later. If you cooperate with me, I have a way to solve this problem for you." A man slowly walked out from a certain direction in the forest. His expression was calm, as if he was not afraid that the woman would run away. The woman wanted to run away, but she stopped when she heard the man's words. She seemed to be thinking about something. In the end, she looked at the man and said, "You're not lying to me, right?" When she looked at the man, her eyes flashed. What a cold man. For some reason, she was momentarily dazed. Perhaps she was attracted by the man's temperament. "I'm not lying to you. Because he is the person I want to kill." The man was Lin Ling. He smiled faintly. "That old man is the person you want to kill? Then what should I do?" Lin Yuedu finally calmed down and hurriedly asked. Chapter 4860. "You're lying. You're one of Taoist Zhao's people." Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lin Yu too was obviously cautious. She turned around and ran, but her speed was not weak at all. With the speed of 1,500 worlds per second, even Lin Ling would not be able to catch up with her if he did not use the Pangu attack. However, Lin Ling did not give chase. He said indifferently, "If I were one of his people, why would I save you before?" Lin Yu too was still running away, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, she frowned and pondered. After a while, she finally walked back slowly. "Why are you doing this?" She was not stupid and guessed that Lin Ling was not one of Xiao Yesheng's people. After all, if Lin Ling was one of Xiao Yesheng's people, he would not have helped her at all. "I've already told you my purpose, but Xiao Yesheng is very strong. I have to kill him secretly, so I need your help to get close to Xiao Yesheng. Moreover, although you escaped from Xiao Yesheng's pursuit, are you sure that Xiao Yesheng has no other means? And if you are caught again, no one will help you at that time." Lin Ling said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Yu too's eyes flickered, wondering if Lin Ling was lying to her. Finally, she looked up and said, "If you promise to protect me, I will help you." But Lin Ling nodded. What, just one word? Lin Yu too was speechless. Why was this person so quiet? "Every word I, Lin Ling, say is worth 1,000 gold. Lin Ling shook his head. He and Lin Yu too had only met by chance, so what could they possibly talk about? Even now, they were simply cooperating with each other. "Okay, I'll believe you this time." Thinking that Lin Ling would not change much, Lin Yu too finally agreed. The two disappeared into the woods and headed for Pill Mountain. After a long time, under the huge gourd mountain, someone stared at Lin Yu too in the distance and shouted. Immediately, a large number of gods flew out. "What's the hurry? Aren't I back now?" Lin Yuetu said in annoyance. She knew that these people were the disciples of Taoist Xiao. "I came back this time to marry your master. Get out of my way." Next, Lin Yuetu strode forward, passing by the stunned gods. This was because none of the gods could have imagined that Lin Yu too, who had been very resistant before, would suddenly become enlightened. "Lin Yuetu, this is?" A woman in her 30s suddenly looked at Lin Ling and asked, "My brother?" Lin Yu too glared fiercely at the woman and said coldly, "Your master is about to marry me. Isn't it normal for my big brother to come and see?" "Your brother?" The woman sized up Lin Ling from head to toe and even secretly used a probing divine ability, but she still didn't find anything. She said indifferently, Why didn't I hear you mention that you have a brother before? You're so annoying. Lin Yuetu's patience was exhausted and she said in an extremely unpleasant tone, "Now, I am going to marry your master, so my big brother wants to come and see. If you don't like it, then we will leave, okay?" After saying that, she wanted to leave with Lin Ling. "No, no, no, please go in." In this way, the gods didn't dare to stop Lin Ling. Lin Yuetu coldly snorted and led Lin Ling up the stairs to the top of the mountain. Lin Ling slowly followed Lin Yue. His expression seemed calm, but in fact, he was secretly investigating. He discovered that there were dozens of late-stage high gods in this huge gourd mountain. If these gods joined forces, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, Lin Ling chose to let Lin Yue to bring him in. As long as there was a chance to get close to Xiao Yesheng, Lin Ling would have a chance. When they reached the top of the huge gourd mountain, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted over. A large number of alchemy halls were built around them. All kinds of divine flames and divine lightning were used to refine pills. Some of the more powerful gods even used the Milky Way to refine pills. At this time, many disciples rushed over and looked at Lin Yuetu in shock. Behind these disciples were some alchemy masters. "What are you looking at? Do you have any manners?" Lin Yuetu was in a bad mood when she saw these gods. Although they were reputable alchemists, in reality, they were a group of sanctimonious fellows. "Lin Yuetu, don't be too arrogant. This is the Pill Mountain." An old man who was obviously of high status frowned and said, "So what if it's the Pill Mountain? Who knows, I might become your master's wife tomorrow. If you don't salute me when you see your master's wife, do you want to molest me?" Lin Yuetu was able to escape from the Pill Mountain, so she was also a pushover. She immediately retorted. Sure enough, no one dared to speak. Lin Ling quietly watched this scene. He realized that although the people around him did not dare to speak, he could vaguely sense that these people were sneering. There was probably something hidden behind this. "Lin Yuetu, you're back?" At this time, an old man slowly walked over with a large number of gods. This old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His face was filled with endless vitality, giving people the feeling that he had regained his youth. In reality, gods were powerful and it was not difficult for them to regain their youth. However, that was only the ability to change one's appearance. It was not truly regaining one's youth. Gods had an endless lifespan. Generally speaking, it was difficult for them to die, but it did not mean that they would not age. This was especially true when they had experienced great injuries and exhausted their vitality. They would age even faster. This old man in front of them had obviously exhausted a lot of his vitality, causing him to age faster than ordinary gods. Sect Master. At this time, everyone bowed to the old man. This old man was Xiao Yesheng. Xiao Yesheng nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on Lin Yuetu. "I'm back, and I've also agreed to marry you," Lin Yuetu said angrily. Then, she looked at Lin Ling behind her and introduced, "This is my brother. It was his suggestion that I decided to marry you. My brother said that this area of the Dao Pagoda is too cruel. It's better to have a backer." "Lin Yue, it's best that you think this way." Hearing Lin Yuetu's words, Xiao Yesheng nodded slightly. He looked at Lin Ling and said calmly, "I'm Xiao Yesheng." Linshan. Lin Ling also greeted him and used a fake name. He realized that although Xiao Yesheng seemed to be greeting him, Xiao Yesheng had secretly used his skills to check on him. However, Lin Ling had 8 dantians, and as long as he showed one of them, the other dantians would be hidden. Xiao Yesheng glanced at Lin Ling, and the depths of his eyes flickered. For some reason, Lin Yuetu's brother gave him a strange feeling. It was as if he was very strong but also very weak. In the end, he still thought that Lin Ling was very weak. After all, he had investigated Lin Ling and found that he was only a mid-level god with the strength of a peak mid-level god. Chapter 4861. At the same time, Lin Yuetu also glanced at Lin Ling. The meaning in her eyes was even more touching, as if to say, "Everything depends on you, don't lie to me." Faced with the meaning in Lin Yuetu's eyes, Lin Ling remained expressionless and did not say a word. Of course he would save Lin Yuetu. He was just curious. Was this Xiao Yesheng the son of that god in the void of the 9 states? Seeing Lin Ling's indifferent look, Lin Yuetu panicked, fearing that Lin Ling would lie to her. At that time, she would have to marry Xiao Yesheng. As for Xiao Yesheng, he ignored Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Yuetu agree, he was obviously happy. "Get ready." He waved his hand and said to the disciples around him, "Congratulations, master." The people around bowed respectfully, and at Xiao Yesheng's wave, they dispersed one after another and hurried away. "Come, help Lin Yue to get ready." Next, Xiao Yesheng ordered several female disciples and then strode away. "Your Excellency Lin Yuetu, please follow me." The female disciples looked ordinary and politely said to Lin Yuetu, taking her to wash up and dress up. Lin Yuetu felt as if she had entered a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, but at this time, she obviously could not refuse and could only follow the women. As she left, she also took a deep look at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling only looked into the distance, silent, as if he was sensing something. This also made Lin Yuetu's heart tremble. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. At this moment, the news of Xiao Yesheng's wedding spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and the entire Pill Mountain gradually became lively. Lin Ling followed the crowd as if this matter had nothing to do with him, and quietly waited for the arrival of the wedding. "You are Lin Yuetu's brother, right? It is your blessing that your sister is marrying my master. Now we are a family. If you encounter any trouble in the Dao Tower area, you can ask us for help. We have the North Pole Emperor behind us, and there are many people in the Dao Tower area who give us face." "People," a senior said lightly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and casually thanked him before falling silent again. These seniors thought that Lin Ling's personality was taciturn, so they ignored him. They had no idea that at this moment, Lin Ling was secretly inspecting the entire Pill Mountain. There was something strange about it. There seemed to be a powerful barrier array. This grand formation was a sealing grand formation. This meant that if something were to happen here, a large number of experts would come here. And Emperor Ziwei was definitely among them. Lin Ling's heart was heavy. He knew that this was no small matter. He had to think of a way to break this array. That night, the Pill Mountain was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling with noise and excitement. After Lin Ling dealt with the crowd, he left quietly, and no one noticed him during the whole process. If there was one, it would be Lin Yuetu. Lin Yuetu was in the middle of her wedding with Xiao Yesheng, but Lin Yuetu looked deeply at Lin Ling, her eyes full of pleading. Lin Ling naturally saw that look, but now was not the time for him to make a move. A moment later, Lin Ling stopped in front of the entrance of an elixir hall. Based on his experience, this elixir hall was not simple. He reckoned that it had something to do with the ancient spirit formation above his head. Then, Lin Ling's soul force quietly spread out, secretly investigating. There was an old man refining pills in the pill hall, but the surroundings were filled with precious heavenly treasures. Interesting. Lin Ling could not help but smile as he pushed open the door and entered. "Tong Danzi, are you back? It's the sect leader's wedding, you should have just gone to drink some wine. Who told you to drink for so long?" An old voice sounded, carrying a hint of reprimand. This person had obviously mistaken Lin Ling for his own alchemy boy. Lin Ling sneered and did not say anything. He continued to walk forward, the tyrannical song sword in his hand, his killing intent restrained. "Tong Danzi." The old man heard the footsteps and continued to walk forward, but the person behind him did not answer him. Something was wrong. He slowly turned his head, but he saw a cold man walking over. Then, a cold, murderous aura drowned him like the universe. "Who are you?" The old man only shouted one sentence, and then his head fell off, endless divine essence pouring out. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Xiao Yesheng's man. Lin Ling looked down at the old man and said. Then he investigated for a moment and found that there was indeed a mysterious barrier in the pill hall, and it was connected to the mysterious array in the sky. In response, Lin Ling directly ruined it. Lin Ling also took away all the treasures in the pill hall. Then he walked to the next pill hall, constantly killing people and stealing treasures, destroying the array. In this way, he obtained more and more treasures. Meanwhile, no one on Pill Mountain had noticed Lin Ling's attack. After all, Lin Ling had attacked too quickly, and today was the day of the sect leader's wedding. Everyone was eating and drinking in the hall to celebrate the sect leader's wedding. Lin Ling's journey was smooth, and he destroyed the mysterious barriers of 11 pill halls. When he reached the 12th pill hall, he had just killed the alchemy god inside. At this time, a figure walked in through the door. The person was very young and looked about the same as Lin Ling, but his strength was at the mid-stage of the high-level deity realm. After he walked in, his expression changed when he saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Although he was killing people and stealing treasures, he had been paying attention to the outside of the pill hall. However, he did not notice this person walking in at all. This meant that this person was not an ordinary mid-stage high-level deity. "Who are you?" The person frowned and looked at Lin Ling, then stared at the god that Lin Ling had killed, and his expression finally changed. "You're Lin Yuetu's brother? Why aren't you drinking in the hall? Why are you here to kill the alchemy god of Pill Mountain? What are your intentions?" Rolling divine essence appeared on the person's body, and it was incomparably terrifying. Most importantly, there was a divine staircase within it. "Who are you?" Lin Ling sensed that this person seemed to be very arrogant. He did not intend to inform others, and instead wanted to settle it himself, so he asked calmly. "Dong Ting Dragon God." The young man said coldly, "My name is Lin Dashin." Lin Ling casually called out a name. Then, he said in realization, "The Dong Ting Dragon God on the wanted list? That's worth 90 million Dao realm fragments. It seems that you are familiar with me. However, since you know my background, are you not going to surrender?" The young man stretched out his right hand, and with a flick of his fingers, rays of light that resembled fireflies floated out. They were like fireflies, but at the same time, they were like torches that floated in the air. The entire pill hall changed quietly, and Lin Ling felt as if he had entered the void. Flames the size of fists were everywhere, floating up and down. It was extremely strange. Chapter 4862. Dragon. The spear had truly transformed into a dragon. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the other party was an existence that surpassed the dragon god level. Therefore, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand as well. Although the other party was a mid-level deity, Lin Ling sensed that this person's strength was probably stronger than an ordinary late-level higher deity. Moreover, the other party had the dragon god's bloodline and was a higher deity's divine fetus. Due to all these reasons, the dragon god of Dongting had become a wanted criminal in the underground world who was still safe and sound. However, because of this, Lin Ling's fighting spirit was aroused. Instead of retreating, he advanced and slashed forward. 200 million points of strength erupted at the same time. Rumble! The dragon god's spear collided with the tyrannical song sword, and a terrifying shock wave struck out. If the dragon god of Dongting had not sealed this place with the divine stairs, it would have been destroyed. Dragon god's bloodline, you actually have the dragon god's bloodline. After the collision, the young man was shocked. He sensed that although this person was only a mid-level deity, his strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this strength contained the strength of the physical body. The dragon god of Dongting was also good at physical strength, but compared to this person, he was obviously weaker. To be able to withstand my attack, your strength is indeed amazing. However, I haven't used my full strength yet. The young man shouted angrily and used the divine stairs. The surrounding fireflies jumped up like thousands of lights by the lake. Then, all of them rushed toward Lin Ling. Looking carefully, the entire void was filled with endless lights. The scene was extremely spectacular. Lin Ling was also shocked by the strength of the dragon god of Dongting. In terms of divine power, this person was stronger than an ordinary mid-level higher deity, but this person's physical strength was very strong. Originally, Lin Ling could fight above his level by relying on the combination of his physical strength and talent. But now, the other party also had the same advantage, causing Lin Ling to unknowingly fall into a disadvantageous position. These lights. Soon after, Lin Ling frowned and looked around. In his eyes, the sky was filled with lights shooting towards him like shooting stars, sealing off all his escape routes. In front of him, the young man was still using the dragon god's spear to suppress Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to face the attacks of the lanterns around him. The power of God is invincible. In an instant, Lin Ling seemed to have sensed something. These lanterns contained powerful divine energy, but they had a unique characteristic. They ignored divine energy. This meant that no divine energy could stop these lanterns. After all, Lin Ling's Panga Strike also has the invincible power of God, which is comparable to the god stares of the dragon god of Dongting. His fleshly body and godly power were invincible. Lin Ling had finally met a god who was on par with him. Unfortunately, compared with Lin Ling, the dragon god of Dongting still had fewer means. Since you've already used all your strength, to show my respect, I'll also use a part of my strength. In Lin Ling's eyes, monstrous fighting spirit was boiling. The killing intent that belonged to the tyrant song sword burst out in all directions. This killing intent not only had terrifying power, but also could affect the opponent. As long as one had killed before, their combat strength would be affected. Killing? Fantasy world? Not good. The dragon god of Dongting thought that the outcome of the battle had been decided, but who knew that Lin Ling's sword would suddenly burst out with a terrifying killing power, affecting him. He seemed to have entered a world of killing, indulging in it, and all his strength was greatly reduced. This meant that he could no longer attack Lin Ling. So what if you have some means? However, the dragon god of Dongting was still confident because his stares of the gods were also attacking Lin Ling. Endless lights shot towards Lin Ling like moths to a flame. Then, they stuck to Lin Ling's body like a burning flame. However, as time passed, Lin Ling was still safe and sound. Instead, his figure quietly became bigger, like a giant standing between heaven and earth. That was because Lin Ling had used the Panga's earth-shattering strike. Originally, these ultimate trump cards were reserved for Xiao Yexing, but now Lin Ling was also forced to use one. Boom! The roar continued. Under the entanglement of all the lights, Lin Ling's body shook and a force destroyed the lights. He seized the opportunity and slashed the dragon god of Dongting with the tyrant song sword in his hand. At this moment, the dragon god of Dongting was affected by the fantasy world of massacre, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. When he saw his stares of the gods being broken, he couldn't help but roar, How is this possible? Who are you? By now, he knew how powerful this mid-level deity was. He was also the strongest mid-level deity he had ever seen in his life. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling slashed down with his sword, and the cold killing intent slashed through the dragon god of Dongting. After all, he also knew that he couldn't give a god like the dragon god of Dongting a chance, otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Rumble. The dragon god of Dongting could no longer resist this sword. With a clang, the dragon god's golden spear in his hand fell, and the surroundings returned to normal again. Lin Ling took away the treasures around and swept away the dragon god of Dongting's heaven-returning Dao. Then he pushed the door open and left. Who is Lin Ling? Why is he so strong? The dragon god of Dongting murmured to himself. His vitality was dissipating, and his dantian was also destroyed by a terrible killing intent. He no longer had the protection of the Tao realm, so this sword undoubtedly killed him. It's him, the heavenly Tao arrest order. All of a sudden, the dragon god of Dongting completely remembered Lin Ling's name as if he was about to die. The heavenly Tao arrest order, the one worth 300 million Tao realm fragments, Lin Ling. As for the dragon god of Dongting, he was just a wanted man with less than 100 million Tao realm fragments. How could he compare? Plop. He fell down, dying with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Lin Ling strode forward, his eyes looking at the sky. He estimated that the mysterious array in the sky had been destroyed, and it was time to kill Xiao Yexing. After all my calculations, I made a mistake. Now that I've used up one of my trump cards, I hope the remaining trump cards can kill Xiao Yexing. Xiao Yexing is very strong. I must attack with lightning speed. Otherwise, if he gets the chance, I will definitely die. Lin Ling walked towards the place where Lin Yuetu was. Before, he quietly left a soul mark on Lin Yuetu to prevent accidents from happening. But now, he found that Lin Yuetu's trace had stopped, and she was not in the hall. This Xiao Yexing wants to marry Lin Yuetu, not for her beauty, but for something else. I must save Lin Yuetu quickly. In a beautiful garden, Lin Ling quietly appeared, staring at the old house in front of the garden, his eyes flashing. Lin Yuetu was in one of these houses. At this moment, in the room, an old man looked at Lin Yuetu on the bed and said, "With your body, this old man can live for another 300 years. On the bed, Lin Yuetu was subdued by a powerful method, and her clothes fell off. Chapter 4863. You guessed right. After I enter your body, you will experience both pleasure and pain. In the end, your vitality will be sucked dry by me and my lifespan will be restored. You are the reincarnation of a divine beast. You are full of vitality. This old man has been watching you for a long time. This old man is a god who has descended to the mortal world. Ordinary goddesses are not worthy of me. Only divine beasts and geniuses are worthy of this old man. To be honest, this old man has already absorbed 300 goddesses. Xiao Yexing slowly unbuttoned his clothes and spoke calmly as if he was doing the most ordinary thing in the world. Lin Yuetu was sealed. She could not even speak, let alone resist. She could only beg for mercy with her eyes. Unfortunately, it was useless. Save me, save me. Is he really not coming? Is he lying to me? He must be lying to me. He is using me to attract Xiao Yexing so that he can steal the treasures of the Elixir Mountain. Lin Yuetu's mind was filled with thoughts. When she looked at Xiao Yexing again, he was already slowly walking toward Lin Yuetu's day. The sneer on his face deepened. However, at that moment, a murderous intent suddenly appeared. It was fast, incomparably fast. Bam! The door was knocked open. An ancient aura descended from the sky and slashed toward Xiao Yexing. This speed was too fast. It was definitely the speed of 20 million worlds. Moreover, the slash did not seem to be very powerful. However, Xiao Yexing sensed the most ancient and ferocious power. This seemed to be the power of a divine ability. At that moment, Xiao Yexing was already caught off guard. He could only anxiously urge his divine power to resist. Unfortunately, the power that he anxiously urged naturally could not block the sudden slash. Rumble! This slash directly cut off Xiao Yexing's right arm. If he had reacted a little slower, his entire body would have been split in two. In the face of such an ancient divine ability, all of his defensive measures were useless. Moreover, he was anxiously resisting it. He could not use any powerful moves at all. However, even though he had dodged the fatal attack, his right shoulder was still cut off diagonally. Blood spurted out. Rumble! The slash passed by Xiao Yexing and landed on the ground. It was as if the entire Elixir Mountain was about to be severed. Countless gods in the Pill Mountain also noticed this. They all came to the flower garden and frowned as they watched. They didn't seem to dare to approach the garden because it was a forbidden area. Anyone who approached would be killed without mercy. This was an order that Xiao Yexing had once issued. What happened to the disturbance from before? How is Master? Everyone was talking about it. The attack was just Lin Yuetu's retaliation. It's not a big deal. That's right. Something like this happened to Master before. He'll be fine in a while. A few of the more senior gods said indifferently. They clearly knew what their master was going to do. However, they didn't know that there was an accident this time. It was because they didn't dare to approach the garden that Lin Ling took advantage of them. In the room, Xiao Yexing rubbed his right shoulder and used his divine energy to recover. After that, he looked at the ground and saw that there was a ditch. Although it wasn't big, it was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Xiao Yesheng sensed that this ravine not only reached the bottom of the Pill Mountain, but also the core of the earth that was tens of thousands of miles away. What a terrifying attack! It's you! Xiao Yesheng suddenly looked at the person who came and found that it was Lin Yutu's brother. At this moment, Lin Yutu also looked at Lin Ling in shock. Then, her eyes quietly moistened. She didn't expect that this cold man would finally come. Lin Ling looked at Lin Yutu and saw that her clothes were falling off. He frowned and immediately pointed his right hand to the bed, releasing the power of divinity to remove the barrier on Lin Yutu. After Lin Yutu noticed this, she quickly put on her clothes to cover her body. Even so, her little face was still red because Lin Ling had seen her naked before. It seems that you used Lin Yutu to get close to me. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, Xiao Yesheng completely understood. He said coldly, "You only have the strength of an intermediate god? Why are your methods so terrifying? Also, why do you want to kill me? But none of this matters. If you let me go, I will give you whatever you want." Xiao Yesheng was already seriously injured, especially his right shoulder, which was still burning with pain. This made him realize that the previous attack was no ordinary attack. It could make it difficult for him to recover and greatly reduce his combat strength. And now, there was still no one on Pill Mountain. This meant that he could only face Lin Ling alone. "I have Emperor Ziwei behind me. If you let me go, I'll give you whatever treasures you want and introduce you to Emperor Ziwei. Is it worth it to offend me for Lin Yutu? A slut like Lin Yutu is everywhere. If you want, I can give you thousands of goddesses." Xiao Yesheng continued. "I am Lin Ling." At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. He was not moved by Xiao Yesheng's offer at all. "Lin Ling?" Xiao Yesheng frowned. Then, he thought of a certain rumor and his expression changed drastically. As for Lin Yutu, she was also extremely shocked. It was Lin Ling. This was a wanted criminal on the Heavenly Dao arrest order. "Secondly, I am here for your father, Xiao Tai." Lin Ling continued. Xiao. Hearing Lin Ling's words, a hint of panic appeared in Xiao Yesheng's eyes. "Isn't he dead?" Xiao Yesheng shook his head in disbelief. "He is not dead. He is hiding in the void of the kingdom of the 9 states and has been looking for an opportunity to kill you. Unfortunately, the world you live in is too powerful and he will never be able to set foot there. So, he entrusted me to kill you." Lin Ling said calmly. "Father, you want to kill me?" Xiao Yesheng was in a daze, as if there was a secret between him and Xiao Tai. Of course, Lin Ling was not interested in any of this. His goal was to kill Xiao Yesheng. His talents quietly merged and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Xiao Yesheng was still immersed in anger and indignation. However, after sensing Lin Ling's murderous intent, he finally came to his senses and suddenly ran into the depths of the room. He did not choose to rush out of the room because Lin Ling was guarding the door. It was impossible for him to succeed. In addition, although Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, his attack power was too strong. Xiao Yesheng did not dare to take the risk. Trying to escape. Seeing that Xiao Yesheng was trying to escape, Lin Ling also chased after him. However, he did not dare to get too close. After all, Xiao Yesheng had the strength of a late-stage high god. Previously, he had been able to injure Xiao Yesheng severely because of a sneak attack. To Lin Ling's surprise, after rushing into the depths of the room, there was a ray of light. Xiao Yesheng disappeared into it. Lin Ling did not dare to delay and also rushed into the light. At this moment, in the light, there was a world of its own. In the vast void, an ancient continent was floating there. Upon closer inspection, there were countless buildings and humans on the continent. Kill him. Chapter 4864. These people seemed to be Xiao Yesheng's disciples, and this place seemed to be Xiao Yesheng's hidden sect. Unfortunately, these people were too weak and could only stop Lin Ling for a while. They were no match for Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and killed one person in 10 steps. His eyes were still locked on Xiao Yesheng. He knew that he had to speed up or things would change. Moreover, Xiao Yexing was also very powerful. This was because this was obviously a universe, Xiao Yexing's universe. However, this universe was not as good as Lin Ling's universe. Everything had yet to take shape. Xiao Yexing, on the other hand, had an anxious look on his face. He arrived at an ancient-looking building, opened the barrier, and rushed in. Quick, quick, quick! A north star appeared in his hand. He drew a barrier with his other hand and slammed it into the void. Buzz! The north star disappeared into the void as if it had entered a jellyfish. It rippled like water, but there was no change. What? Where's the divine barrier? Xiao Yexing looked at the sky in a daze. He was furious. He knew that the spirit formation he had left on Elixir Mountain had most likely been destroyed by Lin Ling. Stop him! Xiao Yexing had no choice but to instruct his disciples to stop Lin Ling with all their might. He went into the inner room and took out a pill. After looking at it deeply, he swallowed it. Master, why are you so afraid of this person? This is the first time I've seen Master like this. However, this person's strength is so terrifying. We can't stop him at all. Looking at the sky, countless gods tried to stop Lin Ling. Unfortunately, they could not stop Lin Ling's sword. They used powerful methods, causing countless illusions to appear in the sky. However, they were still cut by Lin Ling's sword. A large number of barriers appeared, but they still could not stop Lin Ling. Bang! After a while, Lin Ling finally arrived at the building. He then walked in step by step. Inside the house, a wild and tyrannical aura pervaded the air. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, forming an eggshell-like protective shield that firmly protected Xiao Yexing. Lin Ling looked through the light and vaguely saw that Xiao Yexing had transformed. Many dragon forms had appeared around his body. A pill refined with the bloodline of the endless dragon? Lin Ling frowned as he suddenly thought of the Dragon Valley. After devouring Lian Ledian, Lin Ling learned from Lian Lishan's memories that the Dragon God and the others from the Dragon Valley had been brought into the Netherworld. This also forced Lin Ling to step into the Netherworld one day and take away the Dragon God and the others. Lin Ling, come and kill me. Let's see if you can kill me. Let me tell you, this 10,000 Dragons Draconic Grandeur pill can transform me into a dragon. You can't break this dragon scale light at all. As if sensing Lin Ling's arrival, Xiao Yexing shouted ferociously, after I completely transform into a dragon, any late-stage high god will die. I will torture you to death. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Over the years, I have absorbed the vitality of countless goddesses, but I have also absorbed a lot of men. Haha, especially a pretty boy like you. I like you the most. Scum. Lin Ling immediately cursed. His soul power spread out. The first thing he noticed was that there were a large number of cages under the building, imprisoning countless gods. There were men and women in the cages, but they were all extremely old. They must be the ones whose vitality had been absorbed by Xiao Yexing over the years. And these people were all moaning powerlessly. Their bodies were trembling as if they had encountered a nightmare. It seemed that they were not far from death. As gods, they had unlimited power and could cover the sky with one hand. Unfortunately, after encountering a god stronger than them, they could not escape death. Moreover, they died so miserably. This was also the reason why all the gods had to enter the Dao Tower. First, they had to resist the will of the world. Second, they did not want their lives to be dominated by others. As he thought of this, Lin Ling's soul force locked onto the massive dragon-scale light screen. He discovered that this dragon-scale light screen was extremely powerful. It could block the power of divinity and the steps of divinity. It could even block the power of supernatural powers. This meant that Lin Ling could not do anything to Xiao Yexing for the time being. Moreover, if Xiao Yexing succeeded in refining the pill, Lin Ling would definitely be in danger. But at this critical moment, Lin Ling did not panic, nor did he run away. Instead, he kept probing the dragon-scale light curtain. Suddenly, Lin Ling discovered that his soul power could pass through and lock onto Xiao Yexing's body. Sure enough, the dragon-scale light curtain was not invincible. It could not block soul power. This also made Lin Ling laugh. It seemed that his Universe 3 Extremes break could attack Xiao Yesheng. Die, this kid must die. He was sent by my father. That old guy would not let me go even if he died. Damn it, that old guy still remembers how I killed my father. Is there a father like him? He doesn't think about his child, only cares about himself. Fortunately, my Dao heart was firm back then. I seized that old guy's life force and soared into the sky. At this moment, within the dragon scale light curtain, Xiao Yesheng was constantly thinking, and his face was ferocious. Back then, he had also done the same thing to his father. Everything was to become stronger, but he did not expect that his father would not die after the incident. Linling, right? You're dead. Then Xiao Yesheng laughed. His laughter was incomparably happy because he realized that the effect of the pill was about to take effect. But at this moment, a strange feeling rushed in, and Xiao Yesheng realized that it was soul power. He actually has such a powerful soul power? Xiao Yesheng panicked. Of course, he knew that the dragon scale light curtain could not block soul power, but he did not expect Linling's soul power to be so powerful. This intermediate god was simply omnipotent. And now, what he feared the most was that Linling had powerful soul power techniques. At that time, he would be dead for sure. Xiao Tai, I've avenged you. At this moment, a cold voice mixed with soul power floated into Xiao Yesheng's ears. No, no. I was so close. Does the heavens want me to die? Xiao Yesheng became more and more panicked, and he kept shouting in his heart. At the same time, the powerful soul power turned into cosmic rays, drowning the dragon scale light curtain, and then passed through Xiao Yesheng's body like swords. Xiao Yesheng's body trembled, and his pupils constricted. His soul was completely obliterated. Kacha. At the same time, the dragon scale light curtain shattered, revealing a monster-like body. This body was formed by countless dragons, and its aura was incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, the moment this monster appeared, it immediately collapsed, because its soul had been obliterated. Just a little bit more. Linling looked at the monster indifferently, and his heart relaxed. Xiao Yesheng swallowed the pill and its effect took effect, but it was still a little too slow, and Linling killed it first. Dao returned to Heaven's seat. Next, Linling plundered Xiao Yesheng, took away the Dao returned to Heaven's seat, and then plundered the surrounding area, taking away a large number of treasures before leaving. Now, the treasures he had were enough for him to break through. Next, he only needed to find a quiet place to break through. When Linling returned to the room, he saw Lin Yuetu worriedly looking at the light curtain. When Linling came out, her expression changed. Let's go. Chapter 4865. The two of them walked out of the room. Linling quietly looked into the distance and found a large number of gods gathered outside the garden. We have to leave from another direction. Linling pondered. He knew that he had to avoid these gods. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Suddenly, Linling thought of the universe void left behind by Xiao Yesheng. That universe was very unstable. If they could break it, they could use the universe to leave. Master! At this time, a voice came from outside the garden. It turned out that everyone saw that Xiao Yesheng had not responded for a long time, so they curiously shouted. After all, it had been so long. Master should have come out. Let's go. Linling knew that time waited for no one. He quickly entered the room, then passed through the light and came back to the universe. Looking around, this universe was more unstable than he imagined, and the area was very small. When the gods in this universe saw Linling again, they were all terrified. Previously, Linling had killed everyone and even killed their sect leader. Now he was back. Linling ignored them. He sensed his surroundings, then chose a weak point in the void and attacked continuously. Rumble. The entire universe was in turmoil. Sure enough, this universe was more unbearable than imagined. It was extremely fragile and did not even have universal laws. Follow me. After attacking for a while, Linling noticed that the universe was broken, revealing a void passage. He quickly called Lin Yuetu and rushed over. The void around the Dao Pagoda was extremely terrifying. As soon as the two of them approached, a primordial storm attacked. This also made it difficult for Lin Yuetu to get close. Quick! Lin Ling's body was tyrannical. He suddenly grabbed Lin Yuetu's hand and rushed into the void. Rumble! After entering, the two of them flew as if in a storm. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and looked for a way out. At this moment, outside the garden, the gods were getting impatient. They felt that something was wrong because their master had not come out for too long. Emperor God Tianling, how about we go in and take a look? Someone looked at an old man and asked. This old man was the person with the highest seniority in Pill Mountain. When he heard this, he frowned. He did not dare to interrupt the sect leader from doing that kind of thing, but now, they had indeed waited for a long time. All right. The old man finally nodded and strode to the front of the garden. He shouted with his divine essence, "Is Sect Master here? The disciples are worried about your safety, so we want to come and see you. Sect Master, if you hear me, please let me know." His voice enveloped the entire garden, but after a moment, there was still no response. It seems that something is indeed amiss. God Wu Luo, come with me and have a look. He shouted at the gods behind him, and then strode into the garden. After entering the garden, Emperor God Tianling felt something was wrong. Quick, something has happened to Master. Emperor God Tianling shouted, causing the expressions of the gods behind him to change drastically. When they rushed into the room, they were shocked to find that there were traces of a battle and that their sect leader was missing. Over there! Emperor God Tianling's eyes were sharp. He was the first to notice the teleportation barrier that led to another universe. He brought everyone and dashed in. Then, they saw the disciples of the sect leader. Emperor God Tianling knew a thing or two about this universe. He quickly asked, "What happened?" "Sect leader is dead." When the disciples saw clearly who it was, they all said anxiously, "That sect leader is dead?" Emperor God Tianling and the rest felt like they were struck by lightning. They could not believe it at all. Over there, over there. A disciple pointed to the front and asked Emperor God Tianling and the rest to rush over. Then, they found Xiao Yesheng in the room. It was a pity that he could not be more dead. Sect leader is dead. Everyone come in quickly. God Wu Luo shouted, causing everyone to rush in. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked, speechless. Who is it? Emperor God Tianling knew that things were troublesome. After all, Xiao Yesheng was a favorite of the Ziwei Emperor. Now that he was dead, they did not know how to report back. It's a very cold young man. The disciples said. Lin Yutu is also missing. Could it be Lin Yutu's brother? It must be him. I knew it. Lin Yutu would not be so kind. We have been tricked. Why is the array not activated? Some of the more senior gods said anxiously. The spell formation has been destroyed. As expected, that person came prepared. We have to notify Emperor Ziwei immediately. Emperor God Tianling immediately ordered. He then looked at the disciples and asked, "Do you know who that person is?" "I heard that his name is Lin Ling." A disciple recalled. He vaguely heard his master shouting the name Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes flashed. Then they reacted. They had all heard of Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling is the enemy of the Ziwei Emperor. I did not expect him to behave so atrociously in the Ziwei Emperor's territory. Immediately informed the Ziwei Emperor. Emperor God Tianling knew that this matter was more troublesome than expected. So, he immediately informed the Ziwei Emperor. Xiao Yesheng is dead? And Lin Ling? Emperor Ziwei's enraged voice sounded. Find him. You must find him. Oh right, is Xiao Yesheng's heaven-returning Dao seat still here? Emperor, please allow us to take a look. Emperor God Tianling and the others hurriedly went to investigate. Then they returned with dark expressions. Emperor, Master's heaven-returning Dao seat is no longer here. Also, many of the treasures on the Pill Mountain have been taken by Lin Ling. Damn it. Emperor Ziwei was enraged. You must find Lin Ling. I'm coming right now. The Emperor is coming in person? Everyone was stunned by Emperor Ziwei's words. Xiao Yesheng was the emperor's trusted aide, but it was not enough for the emperor to come in person. What they did not know was that the heaven-returning Dao seat Lin Ling had taken away was worth 100 million Dao realm fragments. How could Emperor Ziwei not be anxious? On the other side, Emperor Ziwei did not have the time to inform the tomb. He immediately charged out. Emperor! Countless gods stared at Emperor Ziwei and yelled in disbelief. However, Emperor Ziwei did not say a word. He simply charged toward the Pill Mountain. Everywhere he went, killing intent surged. It was as if the emperor was on an expedition. Not even a blade of grass could survive. Lin Ling, it's you again. Emperor Ziwei gritted his teeth. He had yet to avenge his son, but Lin Ling had already killed another one of his trusted aides and stolen countless of his treasures. He had to avenge Lin Ling. Then, he sent out an order to inform everyone in the Dao Tower that Lin Ling had appeared in the Pill Mountain area. What? Isn't Lin Ling west of the Dao Tower? Why is he here? We've been tricked. Let's go to the Pill Mountain area. West of the Dao Tower, a large number of gods began to retreat and then charged toward the Pill Mountain. Chapter 4866. Looks like I won't be able to get far. I have to get out of here immediately. In the end, Lin Ling came to a decision. He found the nearest spatial rift, opened it, and entered it. Even though he was quite a distance away from the Pill Mountain, he was still in the Pill Mountain region. Lin Yu too, I'm guessing that Emperor Ziwei is already here. You should leave first. Emperor Ziwei's target is me, so you'll be safer away from me. Lin Ling looked at Lin Yu too as he spoke. Should I leave? Lin Yu too was a little conflicted upon hearing Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling nodded as he continued to look ahead. Lin Ling, will we meet again? Lin Yu too finally asked after a moment of thought. Lin Ling had helped her kill Xiao Yesheng, saving her from the abyss of misery. Even though Lin Ling wanted to kill Xiao Yesheng as well, Lin Ling had still saved her at a critical moment. She was very touched by his actions. Yes, I'm a subordinate of the Yellow Emperor. You can find me there. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Yu too's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. She looked at Lin Ling with a complex expression, but she didn't leave immediately. What is it? Lin Ling asked curiously. Lin Ling, have you ever liked me? Lin Yu too hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Lin Ling stared at her indifferently before shaking his head in the end. Lin Yu too felt as if something had exploded in her heart, but she forced a smile onto her face. I knew it, but it's fine. I've never liked you anyway. By the way, are you going back to the Yellow Emperor? If that's the case, you can head east and take a boat. That's the shortest and safest route. Once you're on the boat, there will be very few people who can hunt you down. Take a boat? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he nodded. All right, I'll be leaving first. Leave me immediately. Lin Ling flew away after saying this. A hint of reluctance appeared in Lin Yu too's eyes, and she sighed softly before leaving. Previously, when Lin Ling shook his head, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, but she also felt that everything was normal. Although she had only known Lin Ling for a short time, she could sense that Lin Ling was a man rarely seen in this world. She reckoned that not only her, but any other woman would have a sense of dependence on him. Unfortunately, this kind of man was not promiscuous and would not easily fall for other women. Alas, if only I had known him earlier. Lin Yuetu's expression dimmed. She was confident in her own appearance and knew that she had lost in terms of time. The time they had been together was far too short. After that, she also disappeared into the mountains. Half an hour after she disappeared, the aura of a powerhouse rushed through the sky. The entire earth was affected, and countless plants died because of it. This was none other than Emperor Ziwei. When the great emperor went to war, he did not give birth at all. Lin Ling this way. Emperor Ziwei was extremely powerful, and he had drawn upon a mysterious power to explore the boundless continent. As such, he could vaguely detect Lin Ling's whereabouts. However, even though Lin Ling was not as fast as him, he was not much slower either. As such, it would take him a long time to catch up to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he discovered that Lin Ling was heading toward the Sea of Fog. If he allowed Lin Ling to enter the Sea of Fog, it would be extremely difficult to catch Lin Ling. Lin Ling is to the east of the Sea of Fog. I, Emperor Ziwei, will reward anyone who kills him with 100 million Dao realm fragments. Seeing as Lin Ling was about to escape, Emperor Ziwei decided to throw caution to the wind and toss out 100 million Dao realm fragments in order to kill Lin Ling. Furthermore, he also revealed the direction that Lin Ling was heading in, hoping that the gods to the east of the Sea of Fog would attack Lin Ling with all their might. At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed a mysterious power approaching him from the front. Moreover, it was not far away from him. The reason why he could sense it was because of the power of the will of the world. Ever since he could sense the power of the will of the world, Lin Ling had clearly attained a lot of enlightenment. Judging from this power, it's most likely beyond the level of a higher god. I have to leave immediately. Lin Ling wore a grave expression. Setting aside the fact that he had already used up all of his trump cards, even if he did not, he was still no match for this powerful being. Moments later, Lin Ling sensed a large number of auras soaring into the sky in front of him. Moreover, there was an extremely large number of them. Lin Ling hurriedly flew down to the ground and traveled along the ground. Didn't they say that Lin Ling was heading in this direction? Why don't I see him? He probably hasn't arrived yet. When Lin Ling passed by these people, he could vaguely hear their conversation. That was close. If Lin Ling had not given up flying in the sky and traveled along the ground, he would definitely have been discovered by now. Although Lin Ling was not afraid of these gods, if he was blocked by them, there would be even stronger gods coming from behind, and things would become even more troublesome. Then Lin Ling sped up again. Before long, he saw a huge steel city. This steel city was incomparably huge, as if a steel black dragon was lying on the edge of a cliff. It was extremely magnificent. Moreover, a large number of gods were entering and leaving the steel city. Have we arrived? Lin Ling slowed down his pace, put on his cloak, and walked forward slowly. Rumble. Then he heard a deafening roar. It seemed to be the sound of the sea. He estimated that he should be close to the seaside that Lin Yueta had mentioned. This steel dock had a large number of doors, and there were gods guarding outside the doors. Judging from their strength, they were incomparably powerful and had the strength of a higher god. Moreover, there was a barrier around the doors. It was a sealing barrier that had the effect of warning. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly, and then he strode forward with the crowd. Along the way, Lin Ling also learned from the mouths of others that there were many steel docks in the area of the Dao Pagoda. They were controlled by some ancient forces, who collected some fragments of the Tao realm for profit. The steel dock in front of him was controlled by the Tooth Clan. The Tooth Clan was the first mysterious force to come to the Dao Pagoda. They occupied a lot of resources, and the entire clan was united and powerful. Therefore, ordinary gods did not dare to provoke them. As for the 5 emperors, although they were powerful, they were still latecomers. Take off your cloak and take out your Tao, returning to heaven's seat. A voice came from the front. In front of the long line, there was also a god who took off his cloak and hid his appearance. However, the guards of the dock stopped him. The god was unwilling, but in the end, he still took off his cloak. The people around immediately started talking. They recognized this person. He was actually a wanted criminal on the human list. Go in. What was surprising was that the guards only checked for a moment before letting them in. Moreover, they took advantage of the other party's Tao returning to heaven's seat to remember his origin and name. It seems like the rumors are true. These docks don't look at the other party's origin. They just remember their origin to prevent people from destroying the docks. What if someone destroys it? Ho-ho, then they'll all be wanted. I heard that 100 years ago, a god of the Star Clan was rampant here. As a result, he was wanted everywhere. In the end, the Star Clan was mobilized and compensated with a lot of treasures. Only then did the matter end. Chapter 4867. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn. Lin Ling took off his cloak and handed over the heavenly Dao throne. The other party checked and let him go expressionlessly. However, he also warned him not to cause any trouble in the dock. No killing was allowed. Lin Ling nodded and entered the dock. He then found that the dock was extremely huge and packed with people. One after another, gods were choosing their cabins in an attempt to leave this place. These gods were also of all shapes and sizes. Some gods were as tall as 3 meters, while others were as short as mice. There were also a large number of magical beasts. Lin Ling even saw the great demons that he had seen in the demon city. Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them. He looked around and saw that there were people lining up in front of him. Only then did he know that this was the place to buy tickets. This also prompted Lin Ling to quickly line up. After spending a lot of time lining up, Lin Ling found that the fastest ship to leave was in 2 hours. Within 2 hours, there would probably be experts surrounding this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Although killing and fighting were not allowed in the steel dock, there were always exceptions. For safety reasons, leaving immediately was the best choice. You can buy a ticket. While Lin Ling was thinking, a voice sounded. Lin Ling was standing in a light door. It was a barrier, and he was talking to someone on the other side through the barrier. Buy. Lin Ling had finally queued up, so he naturally bought a ticket first. To the east of the Dao Pagoda. Okay, 30,000 Dao realm fragments. Because the east of the Dao Pagoda was far from here, the price was very expensive. Lin Ling's expression didn't change at the price. He handed over the celestial return of the Dao and bought the ticket. Then, a boundary appeared on his palm as if it was engraved on his palm. This was the ticket. This was a barrier unique to the Tooth tribe. It was refined with the blood of an unknown divine beast and could not be imitated. Lin Ling had just bought the ticket when he saw a large number of experts lining up to enter. Most importantly, he vaguely heard the name of North Pole Emperor. This meant that North Pole Emperor was among these experts. Urgent. Things had become even more urgent. 2 hours later? Lin Ling's brows furrowed. He knew that 2 hours was more than enough for Emperor Ziwei to find him. He snuck into the crowd in an attempt to buy time so that Emperor Ziwei wouldn't be able to find him. Damn it. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei was leading a large number of gods in search of Lin Ling, Great Emperor. This shipyard belongs to the One-Tooth race. Even if you see Lin Ling here, you can't attack him. One of the gods warned. Let's find Lin Ling first. As long as we find him, I have my ways. Emperor Ziwei spoke in a dignified voice. Although he couldn't fight here, he had a way to subdue Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was under his control and obediently acted like a puppet, then he could bring him out of here. Of course, if he wanted to do this, he would have to be 100% stronger than his opponent. However, Emperor Ziwei was far more powerful than Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to move stealthily. All of a sudden, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. This person was smiling as she walked forward with a man. Most importantly, this person was Long Yang. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. The Dao Pagoda was so large that Long Yang and the others couldn't stay in the Yellow Emperor's territory forever. Lin Ling. Long Yang, who was walking forward, suddenly discovered Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling was walking toward her. Why are you here? Long Yang immediately walked toward Lin Ling. She was extremely surprised. I was chased here by someone. Lin Ling also walked over. He didn't hide anything and smiled wryly. You've only just arrived at the Dao Pagoda, but you've already done something so big. You're now a wanted criminal. Long Yang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said. Next to Long Yang was a man wearing silver armor. He had the strength of a late-stage high god, but he gave off an extremely powerful feeling. This was because he had the bloodline of the Yifang clan. According to legend, the bloodline of the Yifang clan was incomparably heaven-defying. They were born with the divine embryo of a high god. They were extremely powerful. Long Yang, is this your friend? Seeing Long Yang and Lin Ling talking, the young man was clearly very surprised. This was because the Long Yang he knew rarely paid attention to others, let alone take the initiative to greet them. As for Dragon Mother, she was a deity that he had met when he was traveling the galaxy. Because they had fought a powerful deity together, they had a good relationship. Yes, Lin Ling, the Yellow Emperor's man. Long Yang was also very familiar with this young man and didn't hide anything. Yifang. The young man immediately said to Lin Ling in a friendly manner. Lin Ling calmly stared at the young man. He could sense the young man's strength, but he also sensed the young man's friendliness. He immediately nodded and said, Lin Ling. Just a single sentence, without any self-introduction. The young man was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, but he didn't mind. That's his personality. Long Yang also smiled at Yifang. Then, she looked at Lin Ling and asked, Are you leaving now? Yes, there are experts hunting me down. One of them is the North Pole Emperor, so I have to leave immediately. Lin Ling nodded. Hearing this, Long Yang frowned. She knew that things were more troublesome than she had imagined. The North Pole Emperor. To the side, Skyfang was clearly taken aback. He naturally knew of this king. Not only was his strength tyrannical, even his faction was extremely strong. Long Yang thought for a moment and asked, How can I help? I want to leave immediately. Lin Ling said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Long Yang immediately looked at Yifang and said, Yifang, you're from the Yifang tribe. Can you arrange for Lin Ling to leave immediately? Well, Yifang was a little hesitant. Although he was from the Yifang tribe, arranging for Lin Ling to leave wasn't easy. Most importantly, he didn't expect that Long Yang would take the initiative to ask him for help for Lin Ling. One had to know that during this period of time, he knew that Long Yang seemed to be easy to talk to, but she was very clean and kept her distance from others. She wouldn't easily ask for help. Okay. It was rare for Long Yang to take the initiative to ask him for help. Yifang pondered for a moment and finally nodded. That's great. Long Yang smiled, and her beautiful face looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Yifang's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He could clearly sense that Long Yang was very happy. This was happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. He couldn't help but secretly look at Lin Ling. He was curious about the relationship between Lin Ling and Long Yang. Don't think too much. He's helped me many times. I've always owed him a favor, so I want to help him this time. Long Yang was smooth and slick. She guessed Yifang's thoughts, and her words made Yifang smile awkwardly. Lin Ling said gratefully to Long Yang, Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Is there a need to say these things between us? Long Yang smiled and shook her head. She was happy not only because Lin Ling could leave safely, but also because she could finally help Lin Ling. Chapter 4868. Thank you, Heavenly Fang. Long Yang thanked Heavenly Fang before turning to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'll go back with you. All right. Long Yang, aren't we going to 9-Star Island? Heavenly Fang was shocked again. They had already agreed to go to 9-Star Island, but now they were giving it up for Lin Ling? Lin Ling is one of the Yellow Emperor's men, and so am I. I can't just watch him be in danger. Long Yang explained when she saw Heavenly Fang looking at her. How about this, I'll go with you. After all, although the fog sea is faster, the sea is also extremely dangerous. Heavenly Fang pondered for a moment before saying, All right. Dragon Lady couldn't help but nod. At the same time, a loud voice sounded nearby. The ship was about to depart, and the passengers were asked to head to the 9th cabin. Lin Ling, let's go. Heavenly Fang led Lin Ling and Heavenly Fang forward. They didn't need to line up and went straight to the giant steel ship. Lin Ling scanned the ship and discovered that it was extremely huge. It was thousands of kilometers wide, and the entire ship was made of rare gemstones. These gemstones were extremely ancient and had existed since the beginning of time. They had a special effect, and that was that they were extremely hard. However, they also had a flaw, and that was that they couldn't circulate spiritual energy. However, powerful gods had a way to layer these gemstones together to make powerful spaceships with extremely powerful defenses. This Heavenly Fang tribe is indeed impressive. They actually used a barrier to connect the gemstones together. No high god would be able to break through these spaceships. Lin Ling thought to himself as he boarded the ancient ship with Heavenly Fong and the others. The three of them didn't need to line up, and they attracted a lot of attention. Some of them recognized Lin Ling and anxiously informed the North Pole Emperor and the others. At this moment, the North Pole Emperor and the others were still looking for Lin Ling. After hearing the news, they were furious and rushed straight to the cabin where Lin Ling was. Soon after, he saw Lin Ling and the others who had just boarded the ship from afar. "You are Lin Ling?" Emperor Zhui let loose an enraged roar like thunder, and everyone's expression shifted drastically as they turned toward him. "Isn't that Emperor Zhui? Why is he here?" Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were incomparably curious. On the deck of the ship, Lin Ling's brows furrowed as he looked at Emperor Zhui in the distance. He didn't think that Emperor Zhui would be able to find this place. However, he was not afraid in the slightest. After all, this was the dock and he could not fight. "Emperor Zhui." A cold smile appeared on Lin Ling's face as he looked at Emperor Zhui. This wasn't the first time he had seen the latter. Back when he had killed Emperor Ziwei's son, Emperor Ziwei had appeared in the form of a clone, and Lin Ling had already seen him. Similarly, this wasn't the first time that Emperor Ziwei had met Lin Ling. "Give me Xiao Yexing's Dao Regression Heavenly Seat, and I'll forget everything that happened between us." Emperor Zhui gritted his teeth as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. "What Xiao Yexing's Dao Regression Heavenly Seat? I don't even know what you're talking about." Lin Ling feigned ignorance. He wasn't stupid. If he handed over Xiao Yexing's Dao Regression Heavenly Seat, Emperor Zhui might not let him go. "Lin Ling, don't test my patience." Emperor Ziwei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lin Ling had taken so many of his treasures, so how could he allow Lin Ling to escape? "I really don't know what you're talking about. However, if you say that I'm testing your patience, then so be it. What are you going to do next? Are you going to kill me? Or are you going to do it here?" Lin Ling asked with a smile. Emperor Ziwei didn't say anything. "I killed your son, and Xiao Yexing's treasures are right here with me. Come and take them if you dare, but if you don't, then shut up. By the way, I'm about to set off for the sea. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be very difficult for you to kill me again." Lin Ling spoke again upon seeing that Emperor Ziwei didn't dare to say anything. Emperor Ziwei was trying to scare him? He had no idea how much Lin Ling had been hunted down during this period of time. Why would Lin Ling care about this little threat? "Don't fall into my hands if you dare." Emperor Ziwei's entire body trembled as he spoke in a cold voice. Rumble. At this moment, the gigantic ancient steel ship finally began to move. A loud voice sounded. "Ship number 9 is about to set off. Please board the ship immediately, or please leave without a ticket." "What do we do, Emperor Ziwei? Lin Ling is about to leave." "Damn it, Lin Ling only got here a little earlier than us. How did he get a ticket already? Are we going to have to watch him leave? This ship is going to the east of the Sea of Fog, and that's the territory of the Yellow Emperor." Everyone around Emperor Ziwei began to whisper to one another anxiously. Emperor Ziwei's expression was ashen. He was naturally aware of how troublesome this was, but he really couldn't do anything now. "Notify Emperor Yao and the others." Emperor Ziwei spoke in a low voice. "By the fastest ancient ship. We can't let Lin Ling escape no matter what." Emperor Ziwei knew that if he allowed Lin Ling to escape back to the Yellow Emperor's territory, then he would be dreaming if he wanted to catch Lin Ling again. Furthermore, Lin Ling was progressing at an extremely fast rate. If Lin Ling were to hide for 1,000,000 years, it was hard to say how powerful he would be by then. However, it was very likely that he would be able to battle Emperor Ziwei. "Let's go." Emperor Ziwei took one last meaningful glance at Lin Ling before leading everyone away. Lin Ling could sense that Emperor Ziwei wasn't going to give up just like that. What a troublesome bastard. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Don't worry, Lin Ling. They won't dare to do anything in the Sea of Fog, as the Sea of Fog is notoriously dangerous. Even the mighty gods of the universe wouldn't dare to do anything there, let alone high gods." Tianya offered words of consolation after witnessing the battle between Lin Ling and Emperor Ziwei. Lin Ling nodded, but he was still feeling uneasy. If this was any other matter, then Emperor Ziwei definitely wouldn't dare to risk his life. However, this was an irreconcilable situation. If Emperor Ziwei were to go crazy, then anything was possible. Rumble. At this moment, the giant ancient ship shuddered. Even with Lin Ling and the others' strength, they still felt as if they were about to lose their balance. This was a type of weightless power. Quick, go to one of the cabins and sit down. When the ancient ship sets off, the power it unleashes is incomparably terrifying. This is because the power unleashed by this enchantment barrier is equivalent to the full force attack of 10 universal gods. This kind of power can easily reverse life and death, reverse the universe. Tianya immediately yelled. Lin Ling, quick! Longyang dragged Lin Ling toward one of the cabins on the ancient ship. The two of them then entered one of the cabins. Tianya was completely flabbergasted by this. This was because the ancient ship had a large number of cabins. Every passenger could enter one of these cabins to avoid the shockwaves of the ancient ship. But now, Longyang had chosen to share a cabin with Lin Ling. Had she forgotten in a moment of panic, or had Longyang done this on purpose? Chapter 4869. Skyfang was all too familiar with Longyang. Although this woman seemed easy to talk to, she was actually extremely arrogant. Wanting to stay in the same room with her was simply a dream. As for Lin Ling, he seemed to be a wanted criminal of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, he had offended many important figures, including the North Pole Emperor. As for his strength, he was merely a mid-level celestial. In fact, for a mid-level celestial to offend the North Pole Emperor, Skyfang couldn't help but think that Lin Ling was courting death. However, this mediocre person was not only the focus of everyone's attention, but he was also treated differently by Longyang. Interesting, Tianya said faintly, then entered the room. The room was completely made of precious stones and had several windows that allowed one to see everything outside. After Lin Ling and Longyang entered, they sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also looked outside. After all, this was his first time on such a terrifying ancient ship. Rumble. The ancient ship shook. Even though he was sitting in the room, Lin Ling could clearly feel the power of the turbulence. If he was outside the room, he would probably feel the world spinning. Next, Lin Ling looked through the window and immediately saw the ancient ship rushing toward the ocean ahead with a powerful force. The ocean was gray and covered in clouds. It looked extremely ordinary, but Lin Ling had a feeling that those clouds were probably nebulous primordial qi, and a large amount of nebulous primordial qi. Moreover, the ancient ship seemed to be moving slowly, but when it set sail, it was actually facing layers of pressure, so the pressure of the ancient ship was extremely powerful. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling felt his 7 dantians spinning as if they were affected by an ancient power. Looking at Longyang, her face was pale. Clearly, she was even more uncomfortable than Lin Ling. However, after the initial departure period, the feeling of heaven and earth spinning gradually weakened. This was because the ancient ship was gradually stabilizing, moreover rushing forward with the speed of passing through the void. It felt like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. This speed is probably the speed of 50 million or 80 million worlds. Lin Ling was shocked. He admired the methods of the Fang clan. Moreover, there were many docks like this in the Tao Pagoda. This showed how powerful the ancient methods were. Alright, we should be able to return to the Yellow Emperor's side in about 6 hours. That's the east of the Tao Pagoda. Longyang gradually recovered and smiled at Lin Ling. Thank you. Lin Ling bowed to Longyang. What are you thanking me for? Longyang waved her hand, and then the two were embarrassed. After all, they were now in the same room. Moreover, they would never have thought that the life and death enemies of the 9 regions would one day be in the same room in the oldest Tao Pagoda area. Moreover, they were extremely polite. After all, they had a life and death battle. For a moment, they both. All of this is really like a drama. After a moment, Lin Ling finally said with a wry smile. That's right. I didn't expect that I would be able to help you one day, let alone be in the same room with you. You should know that there have been countless gods in the past several eras. Some gods have fallen, and some gods have risen. However, very, very few gods are able to meet each other again. As for us, we have known each other since we were in the 9 prefectures. Longyang nodded. Perhaps, this is a kind of fate. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with a strange emotion. However, in order to avoid the awkwardness, he smiled and said, I'm just a little bit away from breaking through. I'll try to break through. Okay, but the ancient ship is only 6 hours away. If you think it will take a long time to break through, then go back to the Yellow Emperor's side and break through. Longyang reminded. Lin Ling expressed his understanding and then entered a state of enlightenment. Longyang was still looking at Lin Ling. The same strange emotion that Lin Ling had earlier appeared in her eyes. Lin Ling was not only an old acquaintance of hers, but also a host body of the will of the world. This meant that she might have known Lin Ling a long time ago. Perhaps, as Lin Ling said, all of this was a kind of fate. Let me protect you while you're comprehending, Longyang said in a voice that only she could hear. Lin Ling kept sensing his dantian and checking the treasures in his possession. Only then did he realize that the treasures in his possession could be said to be piled up like a mountain. It was definitely enough for him to break through. However, the time needed to break through could be long or short, so Lin Ling continued to sense. After a moment, a feeling arose in his heart. This time, he might be able to achieve the breakthrough in 4 hours. The main thing was that Lin Ling had enough treasures and the foundation of his 7 dantians was enough. He only needed a finger to pierce through the screen. However, Lin Ling hesitated. It was better to break through now or back in the Yellow Emperor's territory. Lin Ling suddenly opened his eyes and asked Longyang, Longyang, I only need 4 hours to break through. When do you think I should break through? After all, he needed someone to protect him during the process of breaking through, and Longyang was his only choice. Therefore, he wanted to hear Longyang's opinion. Break through. 4 hours will pass very quickly. After you break through, your strength will increase greatly and you will be able to prevent some unexpected events, Longyang said without hesitation. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Alright, I will also leave some methods to help you. After saying that, Lin Ling quickly entered the state of breakthrough. He first took out the 8-treasure acacia tree and then poured the energy of his dantians into the 8-treasure acacia tree. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in the illusions of the 8-treasure acacia tree. The owner of the 8-treasure acacia tree turned into an old man and nodded at Lin Ling. He was going to help Lin Ling break through with all his strength. The 8 illusions entered Lin Ling's 8 dantians, and Lin Ling's real body was sitting in the room. Moreover, a large number of treasures were brought into the illusions. During this process, Lin Ling's heart was as calm as water as he constantly sensed the changes in the 8 illusions. Longyang witnessed Lin Ling's breakthrough and felt an inexplicable sense of joy in her heart. This was because the breakthrough of a god was very important. Lin Ling breaking through in front of her meant that she, Longyang, was someone that Lin Ling trusted. Thinking back to the past, they were like enemies. Longyang wished that Lin Ling would die every day. But now, she hoped that this man could live well and smoothly break through. Even Longyang herself felt that this dramatic change was incomparably wonderful. Lin Ling has helped me so many times. This time, I will help him with all my strength. Longyang thought to herself. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later, Lin Ling's progress was smooth. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. Rumble. The ancient steel ship, which had been stable and motionless, began to tremble. The expressions of the gods on the ship changed drastically. What happened? They rushed out of the room, came to the deck, and looked outside. Chapter 4870. Yifeng Clan, we are only here for Lin Ling. Hand over Lin Ling and we will leave. A cold voice poured into the ancient ship. The ancient ship was sealed from the outside world, yet sound could enter. This meant that the person who came was extremely powerful. He is definitely at the level of a universe giant god. Tianya also appeared on the deck, frowning as he looked ahead. Outside the deck, A thin membrane appeared, blocking out all external forces. Outside the membrane, 3 figures clearly appeared in front of them. This is the ancient ship of our Yifang clan. You came here to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid that our Yifang clan will come to settle the score? Tianya said indifferently. The old man standing at the bow looked at Tianya indifferently and said calmly, "We can't afford to offend the Yifang clan, but there is a reason for this, so we can't do anything about it. If we have offended you, someone will definitely go to the Yifang clan to apologize. But today we must take Lin Ling away. I am Penghuozhen of the White Mountain Divine Gate. I am here on the orders of the Buddha God." Hearing this, Tianya's pupils changed slightly. "I am Emperor Yuan of the Burning Heart Divine Gate. I am also here on orders." On the other side of the ancient ship, a burly middle-aged man also spoke. The 3 major divine gates of the White Mountain Divine Gate were extremely terrifying existences in the Chaos Realm. They actually appeared here, and the ones who came were universe giant gods. As for the last person, he was Emperor Ziwei. Obviously, it was Emperor Ziwei who informed these 2 gods. However, compared to the calmness of these 2 gods, Emperor Ziwei was obviously a little flustered as he resisted the nebulous aura around him. This point could be seen that there was still a gap between him and the most ancient universe hero. 3 divine gates of White Mountain, I've heard about you for a long time. However, our Tooth tribe has its own rules as well. If this was a different place, we wouldn't care about your feud. However, we're on our boat right now. If we hand someone over, we'll be breaking the rules and ruining our reputation. So, sorry, we can't hand him over." Although Tianya was surprised by the strength of the person who came, he still refused. Not to mention him, even if it was any other god of the Yifang clan, they would not hand over the person they were looking for. After all, this was the rule. If that's the case, then it's our fault. True God Penghu didn't care about Heavenly Tooth's choice. After all, if Heavenly Tooth race could compromise so easily, it wouldn't be their turn to open a dock. Let me give you a piece of advice. Our boat is very stable. You won't be able to break it. If Sky Tooth dared not fear these powerhouses, he naturally had his own confidence. He said faintly, "Although our ship doesn't have any offensive capabilities, its degree of hardness is comparable to a universe." Hearing Tianya's words, Emperor Yuan in the distance suddenly sneered. "Indeed, but what if we change your itinerary?" The moment these words fell, Skyfang's expression changed dramatically. Although the ancient ship could not be destroyed, its path could be changed. The misty sea was full of dangers, and if the path was changed, who knew what would happen? If all the gods on the ship died because of this, then the reputation of the Tooth clan would be ruined. This was no longer a small matter. It's up to you how to choose. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider." Seeing that Skyfang was silent, true God Penghu knew that he had found Skyfang's weakness. Inside the ancient ship, a large number of gods were discussing spiritedly, and some of them were panicking. If the path is changed, won't we be dead for sure? It's said that there are many dangerous things in the misty sea. What should we do now? Hand him over. That Lin Ling's life is important, but our lives are also important. Their voices were full of complaints, making Skyfang feel that it was even more difficult to choose. Skyfang, let's leave the ancient ship. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then Lin Ling and Longyang walked out. He's Lin Ling. Outside the ancient ship, true God Prenghua and Emperor Yuan frowned as they looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling. It was said that this person was the host of the world's will, and he was the person that the Buddha God wanted to take away. Lin Ling run. Let's see where else you can run to. When Emperor Ziwei saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but sneer. However, Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he looked at Skyfang and said, "Brother Skyfang, can you let us out?" This. Skyfang was suddenly put in a difficult position, and he looked at Longyang. "If you can let us out, then open a path. Brother Skyfang, I owe you a favor for this." Lin Ling smiled at Skyfang. He also knew that Skyfang had done a good job as a friend. But Skyfang finally nodded. Then he walked towards Lin Ling and said in a low voice, Later, I will give you a small boat that can help you resist the primordial chaos torrent from the outside world. However, the boat can't be driven too far. You'd better head towards the sea and find an island. Then you'll be safe. Thank you, Lin Ling said gratefully. Then he left with Skyfang and entered the cabin. At that moment, outside the ancient ship, the three giant gods of the universe were still waiting. Their eyes emitted a cold light. Now, Lin Ling couldn't escape even if he had wings. As long as they caught Lin Ling, they would have made a great contribution. However, at that moment, the ancient ship flashed. Then, a stream of light shot out into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! True God Panghua looked around and realized that Lin Ling had left in the small boat. There was another person on the boat, and it was Long Yang. Chase. The three giant gods of the universe cursed and chased after Lin Ling. Skyfang sighed softly as he watched Lin Ling leave. Previously, he had already advised Long Yang not to follow, but Long Yang was stubborn. Now, he could only pray that Long Yang was fine. No wonder you kept rejecting my pursuit. It turns out that you already have him in your heart. Although Long Yang hid it well, Skyfang could still sense that Long Yang liked Lin Ling. She liked him very much. And this liking had already reached the level of love. This made Skyfang clear that he had no hope of pursuing Long Yang in this lifetime. The only thing he could do now was to hope that Long Yang and Lin Ling could escape this calamity and be together in the end. At that moment, Lin Ling and Long Yang on the small boat had solemn expressions. They could sense that the three giant gods of the universe were chasing after them. With the power of the three giant gods, they couldn't resist at all. But now, they couldn't leave the small boat. The moment they left, they would definitely be torn apart by the primordial chaos torrent. They could only let the small boat approach the sea to weaken the power of the primordial chaos torrent. Everyone, don't be anxious. This small boat won't last long. As long as we don't lose sight of Lin Ling will be caught by us sooner or later. The three giant gods of the universe behind seemed to have realized something. They slowed down and followed slowly. Chapter 4871. Lin Ling, what should we do now? On the small boat, Long Yang stared at the rear. She could see that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. If this continues, we will be caught up sooner or later. It seems that we can only go all out. Lin Ling's eyes were burning. If he let the three universe giant gods chase after him, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being caught. And if he wanted to get rid of them, he would have to take risks. Suddenly, Lin Ling stared at the turbulence in front of him. That turbulence was the primordial storm, and it was incomparably terrifying. Go there. Lin Ling was going all out. He knew that at the current speed, he couldn't get rid of the three giant gods behind him at all. Moreover, the small boat would disintegrate sooner or later. At that time, they would definitely die. And with the help of the primordial flood, they might be able to get rid of those people. However, these primordial flood could make the three universe giant gods afraid, which meant that Lin Ling and the others were definitely in danger. But Long Yang nodded hurriedly and controlled the small boat to rush towards the primordial flood. Long Yang, I'm sorry for implicating you in this matter. Seeing that Long Yang didn't hesitate to follow him through life and death, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Don't say this, it's difficult for me to jump off the boat now. Let's think of a way to get through this difficulty together. Long Yang shook her head and smiled. She looked delicate and beautiful, but at the critical moment, she was extremely steady. Not good, they are going all out, heading towards the primordial flood. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei and the others behind also saw Lin Ling's intention clearly, and they gritted their teeth anxiously. The primordial flood was what they were most afraid of, and after Lin Ling and the others entered, they would undoubtedly be able to get rid of them. However, even they were afraid of those universe taboos. Lin Ling and the others would definitely be in more danger. Speed up. It's useless, that small boat speed isn't slow, we can only watch them enter. Damn it. True God Penghua and Emperor Yuan both cursed angrily. In contrast, Emperor Ziwei chuckled coldly. His goal was to kill Lin Ling, so how Lin Ling died was none of his business. As real god Peng Hua and the others wanted to take Lin Ling away, they were naturally furious. Let's all stop and wait in the distance. If we don't see Lin Ling and the others, then we'll leave. By then Lin Ling will most likely be dead. Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. That's the only way. Real god Peng Hua and real god Peng Hua nodded their heads. After that, they fixed their eyes on the primordial current in front of them. However, it was only a rough check. The flood of primordial chaos was too massive. It was as if countless clouds had gathered together to form a taboo in the sky. One couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. How could they see through it? At this moment, the small boat had also disappeared into the primordial chaos torrent as if it had entered the boundless clouds. This cloud layer was extremely grand. On the surface, it looked as if it was still, but inside, it was as if rivers and seas were overturning, continuously spiraling about. All types of most ancient powers interweaved together, forming a terrifying great explosion. Rumble! As soon as they entered, a terrifying roar sounded. If it weren't for the light barrier protecting the small boat, Lin Ling and real god Peng Hua would definitely have been torn apart. Even so, Lin Ling and Long Yang still felt a great pressure. It was as if there were countless hands pulling at them. Hang in there. Long Yang, how are you? Lin Ling's expression was anxious as he kept shouting. Now, all his major dantians were breaking through, and his original body was also the weakest one. However, even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to stop the primordial chaos torrent. I'm fine. Long Yang replied with a pale face. We can't go on like this. When the small boat's protective power disappears, we'll definitely be torn apart. Lin Ling nodded his head and looked into the distance. Then, he pondered for a moment, took out a large number of treasures, and threw them out of the small boat. Rumble! These treasures were the most ancient treasures. Many of them were exchanged from the heavenly realm. After they were thrown out, they were immediately swept away by the primordial chaos torrent and then exploded continuously. The primordial chaos torrent seemed to have a spirit of its own. It wanted to tear apart anything that entered the storm, even treasures were no exception. However, as the treasures continued to shatter, the pressure on the small boat lessened a lot, and it continued to move forward. This meant that Lin Ling's method was effective. Long Yang, control the small boat well. I'll be responsible for throwing out the treasures. Lin Ling hurriedly said to Long Yang. But which direction should I go? Long Yang said anxiously. This place was too big. It was all primordial chaos clouds, and they had no sense of direction. Let's try our luck. Lin Ling said helplessly. Long Yang could only nod her head. Then she said worriedly, you're now at the critical moment of your breakthrough. If you don't have enough treasures, you'll definitely fail. And the failure of a god's breakthrough is no small matter. I can't care so much. Lin Ling continued to throw out a large number of treasures. He looked like he was going all out. If he failed to break through, the outcome would be nothing more than chi deviation. His strength would regress, and he might not be able to break through again for the rest of his life. However, if he didn't throw out the treasures, he would die here. Between the two choices, Lin Ling naturally chose the former. Rumble. Rolling clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled continuously. Lin Ling kept throwing out treasures, attracting the attention of the primordial chaos torrent, and allowing the small boat to quickly move forward. The scene was extremely spectacular for a moment. In the short term, Lin Ling was safe. However, he was even more anxious. What he was most afraid of was that they still couldn't charge out of the primordial chaos torrent after all the treasures were used up. However, although Lin Ling was anxious, he had experienced many life and death crises and was already used to it. Therefore, when he kept throwing out treasures, he calmly realized that he could throw out the treasures sparingly. Every time he reached a certain distance, he could delay a lot of time. Rumble. Time passed silently amidst the deafening rumbling. An entire day passed, but Lin Ling and the others still hadn't charged out of the primordial chaos torrent. On the contrary, Lin Ling's treasures were getting fewer and fewer. Moreover, his 8 dantians that were in the illusion were showing signs of anxiousness at this moment, and they were silently withering. This was because their spirit energy was insufficient. Let's go in front. Suddenly, Lin Ling shouted loudly and pointed towards a certain direction. Long Yang looked towards the direction Lin Ling pointed at, and her expression changed violently. Because a vortex that was as enormous as the universe had appeared there, and it was rotating slowly. However, Long Yang knew that it was actually moving very quickly. It was only because the vortex was too enormous that it felt very slow. Obviously, it was an enormous primordial chaos torrent. Lin Ling, are we really going there? Long Yang shouted anxiously, and her forehead was covered in sweat. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.